Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The history of the black dolphin has ever made it 25 years.
Everybody dies in there.
Everybody dies. Like, think of it. They probably kill you through not feeding you enough. You know what I'm saying? Because they said all they got was a piece of coarse bread and leftovers.
So it looks like on the 10 counts of terroristic threats, first-time convictions carry 1 year imprisonment and a fine of up to $5,000.
She also got ordered to stay at least 500 yards away from City Hall.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to draw a line in the sand with you, Brian Matroni. And I'm telling you, don't start your crap today.
I walked into a lot already today.
Yeah.
I haven't done a thing, by the way.
No, you haven't done nothing. You've sat there like a good boy, but you wouldn't back me on my Terry Crews gimmick. You didn't. And then
Ted Cruz.
Then you didn't back me on the right before we go on the air. Seth Chuck's big old vape ring hit my way, and I want to start. I like to start the show with no outside, weed. Listen, I love weed. I love weed. But I don't like the smell of weed chucked in my face right before I go on the air. Is that too much to ask?
No, that's
Seth?
not too much to ask.
I mean, Seth, I let you go over there and feather on it all day. Like, you just feather it all day. That's why you're going through so much. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know that any other radio station in Tampa would allow you to feather it all day. That being said, can't you have just a little bit of etiquette or couth where you not just you get to suck that last one down and chuck it my way right before air?
Sorry.
Because I am going to tell you this. I'm going to combat it with heavy Febreze in your face.
Well, that's enough. I mean, that's enough to make me not do it anymore.
Right.
I hate that smell.
You see, I'm not going to spray it now.
Okay.
But I have this Febreze just ready to grab like a McDonald's guy making a cheeseburger in this ketchup bottle. I'm ready just to spray it at a moment's notice. I literally can just point it up, hit it one time, and bam.
Is something going on with me, Bubba? Because the last couple days I've shown
naughty.
I've shown a lack of respect for your pens, the 1.6 Bics.
Yes, there's something going on with you, and I don't like it.
Me either.
You're dick.
I thought we had
Like you're
fun.
not lovable.
Oh, no.
And funny. You're starting to be like going from funny and lovable to kind of being a stiff dick.
Oh, no.
So
Does Phoebe tell you that?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe she is.
He's saying, I mean, Seth's bringing in porn stars. Like, who is this guy?
Who is
this guy?
Who am I? I need to have a sit down and talk to myself.
You do.
Bubba, but I think that workout you put me through yesterday is really going to knock some sense into me.
Well, I mean, I just think if you could do that. Now, like today, we should go back and do legs. Like we should do legs today.
We got to do the pod.
Well, I know, but if we were really training,
okay.
like today, I'm going to go do legs.
I'd like to do Wednesdays and Fridays if that works.
Well,
just because those are the days we don't have any podcasts.
If I don't have like to go to the track on Friday, I'll definitely, I would work out with you on Friday.
Okay.
But if I have to go to the track, I can't.
All right, no problem.
So anyway, just to get everybody up to speed. Hi, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Thursday, April 18th, 2024. Myself, Lummy, Brian, the babyface Matronly, freshly from UFC 300, attended it in person. We'll talk about that probably extensively. There's probably some parts of Brian's weekend that he can't talk about.
The stuff with Marvin.
Well, whatever.
Ooh, Martin,
sorry.
I mean, I was gonna keep it a little bit more vague than that.
Okay.
Martin doesn't want heat at his household either.
Well, Martin's moving back to England, I found out. So, I mean, I don't even know how close him and Brian are going to get.
If we were to tell some stories, Brian, wow, look at the Plain Jane, Fox 13. Whew, she's, wow.
You like Kelly Cohen?
You know she looks like
a young Heather.
A young Naba.
Oh.
A young Naba. Didn't she kind of look like Naba?
Yeah.
All right, so anyway, yeah, maybe a little like young Heather, too.
Yeah. Say it.
So, Brian, is your wife, I think you're, having met your wife one time, this past like a couple the last Bubba 199, I got to think that she's so secure and she's so cool in her own skin that like you could even get on the air and say, there's some stuff I really can't talk about that I got into at Vegas, and I don't think she would bust your balls about it. I think she'd be like, whatever.
What do you mean, like whores or?
Well, I'm not.
strip clubs
I'm
and
not
stuff?
alluding to any of that.
Oh, okay.
I would keep it as vague as.
He's not a naughty boy.
Well, he is. He's a naughty boy. But
So he's not.
But what I'm saying is, I think
I've got some demons in me. So.
You don't know the threesome story?
Hold on. Brian, you would probably agree that out of everybody in this building, I'm more familiar with your naughtiness and your college behavior than any other. They didn't.
How are you familiar? Just from knowing him over the years?
He's talked about it on the air. He had a threesome in Vegas.
What?
You didn't know about
Not
this?
my Matroni.
Yeah, he picked the chick up.
Listen,
What else?
there's also other layers of his former going back in Vegas, college / young associate at Adams and Diaco.
Man.
He partied hard.
Never meet your heroes.
Brian did things that people in Vegas in the early 2000s did.
Do you think that's why he goes back to get a taste of young Brian?
No, I think I think there's a
If only Brian was here.
I think there's a certain
weigh in.
portion of old school Brian that might come to a modern Brian Vegas excursion, but not. I think about 80% of the old Brian Vegas mentality is gone. Maybe
Bubba nailed it. Yeah, I enjoyed. Let's just put it this way: there are stories I can't share,
right?
But I enjoyed watching them unfold rather than being the main character in these stories.
The perpetrator. Right.
I was the non-playable character wating from the sidelines.
But it was fun, because it was naughty.
Oh yeah,
it was,
There's stories
anyway,
I can't tell, but
anyway,
we had a great time.
Hold on, canine officers get new vests. Lummy, I did that to the Manatee County Sheriff's Department 10 years ago.
Exactly.
I didn't get no.
You
Channel
can get Fox 13.
Fox 13.
717 JLR 499 Super Chat.
Anyway, what I'm saying, Brian, is I think we could get into some vagueness today, and I don't think that your wife would, like some wives would be there waiting for you when you got home. Say, so, I heard the Bubba show today, and what did you do? What did you do that that's so secretive? I want to know. I don't think your wife's. I think your wife's like whatever. You know, like,
she knows. I
know you got a wild side to yourself. You probably did some stuff that I don't necessarily need to know about, but I love you, and it doesn't change you as my husband and the father of our child. And I
Wait,
think
like what, Bubba?
And I think it's not degenerate enough where you missed your plane and you can't make it to work. So
he shared a room with his next door neighbor. Right? He's not up to no good.
We're not going to. Let's just move on.
I want to find out more about that.
We'll
later.
Later.
Okay.
I'm teasing what we got going on today.
Okay.
In fact, at this point, I'm just introing who's in the room, and we're just fixated on Brian because he just most recently got back from Vegas. That will be a discussion today. Anna Hummel is in the studio today, as she is every day, and I have an Anna Hummel situation to handle too, Rhett, and you have Seth, and you have to help me on this one.
Okay.
And don't be a dick. We'll just admit that we probably it got away from us a little bit, and let's not make it a bigger deal than it really is. Okay?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Does he know?
No,
I don't know.
He has no idea. I didn't tell him.
I'm just asking.
It's none of his business.
Well,
It's none of his business until I discuss it on the air and I can get his organic response. See? If I told him about what it was about.
See? Like an old mobster. Yeah, see? This is the way we do it. See? This is the Bubba the Love Sponge. Yeah. Sorry.
You guys done?
I'm done. It's just the way you said it.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Neil Malpazier, 999
So-
Super Chat. Go, Pack, go.
So, if I told Seth what it's about, he'd already have his little Seth-like opinion on the deal. I'd rather catch him straight organic, how he truly feels about the Anna situation.
cool.
Anna knows how I feel about it. I let her know about it yesterday on the phone, and that's going to be my position that I take today when I describe said situation. It's involving me and Seth. And then, of course, Rhett on the other side of the glass and the Macho Man. I don't know which one's where. Sometimes Rhett's on the Macho Man mic, and sometimes Macho Man is not even in the building. He's wiring something up. I think he wires things up for anybody in the neighborhood, as a matter of fact. He could be next door wiring up Bake More Pies place.
He's at the AAA building going to Brinks.
Yeah, he's going to Brinks, making sure the cash is secure. I had a friend that used to work in that building, Lummy, and they said you would not believe how it's like cartel-looking stuff in their safes.
Like carts of cash and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
My one friend worked there about 5 years ago, and he was a security guard, because they have 5 layers of security. Talking about the Brinks cash building down at the very end of our block on our studio. Just what is literally would be considered two doors down.
Yes.
Next door is AAA building, then the next door is Brinks.
Yep.
And man, I mean, they got it just to get in the place. They got it, both gates super Rambo locked, and then then they have all these trucks. And let me, they're so adamant about keeping everything in house that they do their own maintenance on their trucks.
Oh,
so that
nice.
And the reason why they do that, I asked the guy, I'm like, I see you guys have your own maintenance shop. Like the last 2 bays, let me, sometimes you'll see those open because they're putting a new transmission on one of those new trucks, or but the other bay was never open up because that's probably one of the ways to get to the cash. He said there are 5 layers. As soon as you get through layer 1 is the gate, and then layer 2 is this room that's just maybe the size of maybe the studio, and it's completely, and that's where you get metal detected, and they make sure that you don't have any knives and stuff on it so that you can't do an inside jobber. And then you got to go through another room, and then you have to put on a uniform. Like a jumpsuit kind of deal. You know what I'm saying?
With no pockets.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to work around there, then he said, man, the where they store the cash is 2 of these studios. And it's stacked up clear to and then there's an armed guard by that. And it's just wow.
You would run it just like one of those cocaine rooms in the movies where the women are all there topless making it and bagging it.
Remember that?
That's the way to do it.
Remember back in the good old days, the 80s, when you had cocaine? You actually had guys that were doing so much cocaine that they had the girls processing it, and they all would be naked hot chicks.
Yeah, so they couldn't steal any of it. They would have them nude in there.
Completely nude. Mm-hmm. They couldn't steal any of the cocaine.
Yep.
So I don't know. Is Rhett, are you on your mic and Macho's on his? What's the mic situation across the glass over there?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I'm at my mic. Macho's it is.
Okay. Can Macho say hi? Macho, hello?
Good morning.
Good. Okay, great. Though your levels are great.
Don't forget I have to go to Across the Bridge this morning, so Brett will be here eventually on my mic.
Yeah, he's got to wire some stuff up for somebody else.
All right. So yeah, he does. He has to wire something up
For the magic.
And he's by county. So he can either be in this county, that county. Doesn't matter. He's by county. He'll be in Pinellas County for a little bit. Well, Mach, before you leave, will you at least let me know so that I can turn Rhett's mic off?
Absolutely.
And then only your mic will be, because if anything, sometimes it'll give it a hollowing effect if both mics are on in there.
Gotcha.
Thank you. No problem.
Mike Thurman, $50 on the Venmo.
And then Macho Man, did you get or Rhett? Did you guys get the height of those stools? Because right now we're in a podcasting conundrum. Our podcasting area is ready to go. I think that's where Two Live Jews should be shot. And I think we can start doing, different shows from podcasting land. Seth, we were ready to do Brandy Love, and then we said, nah, let's just. I'm kind of afraid that we're so comfortable here that we may not want to go do that. That's what I'm worried about.
That's where I got to on Tuesday. I just realized we were trying to figure things out, and I think maybe we decided Monday, but we just decided that we wanted to be in our regular positions for Brandy and not try to interview a guest at the podcast table for the first time.
Right.
Where you can barely turn your neck, and I can't see her, and it's just the whole thing.
And then you have anxiety because you're that close to me.
Yeah, we're touching knees like we're at a game.
You're afraid that I could, just yoke you up at any time like a mad gorilla.
Yeah, and how
you saw my strength yesterday.
I did. You have a very strong abductors.
Stronger than you. I'm just saying. I'm just.
Hey, well, you know what? Merch Crick did say that she was proud of me. I didn't hear her say that about you.
No, I will tell you. I will tell you this, but no, hold on. I will tell you this. You are far stronger than I thought, and
really?
And far more rugged than I thought, because that was a fairly aggressive workout. And most people probably that haven't worked out, probably the last time you worked out might have been when we were at the Clem gym back in the day.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's probably been 4 years since you've been to the gym.
Anybody ever tell you you're an athlete, Seth?
No.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, it was a pretty aggressive workout, especially for a guy that hasn't touched a weight in 4 years, 3 years, and he got through it. Now, he was starting to drag some ass towards the last part of it, and I was going to put in 2 more exercises because I usually do 2 more exercises, but that's the abbreviated version of, we really literally, if I was going to do it to its completion, Seth, we only had 3 more exercises. So you did 80% of it.
That's fine, Bubba. I felt
what I'm saying is I didn't think. I was very surprised on how well you did.
Oh, thanks. I thought it was pathetic. But...
No. Hell no.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And, here's the thing about when you get to be older and when you are trying to lift weights and do things. And Anna can maybe co-sign on this. She's probably the next expert. Well, Macho Man, of course. I don't know if he's here or not. Macho Man's here or not. But Macho Man and Anna, 2 fitness freaks, would agree that as you get older, free weights and are harder on your elbows. Listen, I'm nearly 60 years old. I'm 58 years old. So using a machine is not the same, I realize, for all you hardcore meatheads that I used to be when you'd make fun of guys using machines. Instead, you were Johnny Freeway. You were Johnny Freeway. You did everything with dumbbells and straight bars and curl bars and, deadlifts and clean and jerks and all that kind of deal. All just you might use a donkey calf machine at best, but machines were for old people, I think you guys would agree that you can still get a really good workout on a machine, and 2, that when you get older, all your joints and things start aching, and it really isn't about the amount of weight. It's about doing the exercise correctly, full range motion, and being able to squeeze out 14, 15, so that on that 14th or 15th one, it's tough. You're not just breezing through them, but it's enough weight to make that 14th and 15th rep, hard, and you can get a pretty damn good workout that way. It's not necessarily, back in the day I could do 405 for a triple on the bench. Now I'm doing 185 for triples. or 225 for triples. It's not about the amount of weight when you're my age or Seth's age. It's about the range of motion, pumping blood into the muscle, and getting high reps. That's what it's about. That can be just as beneficial as Johnny Meathead that's using the dumbbells and the barbells. Now, see, Macho Man's still in the Johnny Meathead stages. He goes to a real gym that's got. Am I right? Mach, you don't use machines.
Oh yeah, I do. I think the perception has changed on that because yesterday I had an incident with like a high school kid. I had to kick him off. He put his gym bag on the. We had one cable crossover in there. He put his gym bag on there for 20 minutes.
By the way, cable crossovers are like one of the best machines ever. There's so many things you can do with them.
And there's only one in there, and he had his bag sitting there parked for 20 minutes while he was in the free weight area. And I'm like, can we? I was pretty aggressive.
You ready to do?
I gotta hear this.
So you're like, hey, Joe, hey,
Gym
I'm ready to do chest crossovers here, or some whatever you're gonna do, and you got your stupid ass gym. Tell me how it went. So I'm Johnny. I'm over here doing my curls. I'm Johnny High School Willie.
The language can't go on there.
All right. Well, can you then
he
paraphrase?
Left the,
Hello, sir. What can I do for you?
Did you just throw the bag off the
Did you not talk
handle?
to him?
Now hold on. Were you jacked too? Did you have like a little?
I said, "Hey, you DF or
you dumb F. Hey, you dumb F.
Can you move your
effing?
You knew it was his, right?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
He does it all the time. The other day he parked it on the leg
Next
press.
next time do this, Mach. For effect.
Okay.
Next time do this. Go in there and right before the cable crossover, get 60s on the dumbbell and just really squeeze your biceps so you just got like a pump. Just pump up your buys and then do a couple little tries and then do a couple little cable crossovers just so that you're jacked and you got just a little bead of sweat on you. And then take that bag, say, hey! And just throw it like your goddamn Bart Starr right at him and say, I told you about the bag, bitch!
I don't want to lose my membership, but
everybody will be applauding.
But
No. Everybody will be applauding you, saying, finally, somebody dealt with this little dildo.
Oh, they did. It was great.
All right, then. So if you go there, pump up a little bit, then throw the bag halfway across the universe, that'll even be a better message. Okay?
Wait, so what exactly did you do?
Did you break the bag? Macho throw the bag?
No, he moved his stuff. He got off the machine.
Was he aggressive back towards you?
No.
He moved his stuff.
No, he was like a 120-pound kid.
He moved his stuff. Hold on.
Poor kid's never going to work out again.
Macho Man
With no
said,
gym etiquette, obviously.
Macho Man said he actually grabbed the bag and left. Yeah, man. When you go to a gym, there's etiquette involved.
No
man.
doubt.
A lot of people don't really know good gym etiquette. And I think every course, every major gym should have like a gym etiquette course where before you join the gym, you got to go through with an instructor and they tell you this is the do. Listen, don't leave weight. When you get done doing your bench press, free bar bench press, remove the weight, wipe down the area. And move on. And you can't be doing 5 machines, 15 rep sets. You can pick 2 machines and go back and forth. You can't pick when you have your own gym. At one time, me and Seth had I think 3 different exercises going, but I think you can only maybe do 1 or 2 exercises and alternate. Otherwise, you're tying up too much equipment.
Well, I mean, it sucks when you hop on, the chest press, and all of a sudden some guy comes running across the gym going, oh, hold on, I was using that.
All right.
I mean, nobody's there. That's why it's tough to take a rules class.
I could never work at a regular gym just because I just like doing my own thing. And I can just see some guy walking up and, telling me that was his. Listen, if the bars, I think the official gym ruling is if the bar is clean, it's available. Like if there's no weight on the bar, like let's just talk about, let's just say flat bench. And you wanted to do some flat bench. Well, you go to the flat bench. If there's no weight on that flat bench or nobody's towel is on the flat bench or anything like that, then I think it's open. It's open. I think that flat bench is open for business. I think it is. I think you can slap your weight on there and do what you want. I don't think some guy can come running across the gym and say, hey, I was doing 315, set to 315 on there. Well, why aren't there 3 plates on each side, bitch?
And I don't understand
Are
why.
there fights at gyms sometimes?
I don't understand why they have these huge duffel bags. Like, what are they carrying around in these huge duffel bags?
I know what you mean.
Their life.
I don't run into any of these problems at Shapes. That's all I'm gonna say.
So anyway, then of course Seth asked. I've gone now 22 minutes into my introduction of just my co-host Seth, and I did a workout yesterday in the new Clem Gym 2.0. And that'll go up tomorrow on YouTube as a video. Lummy, I don't know if you. I think you're next. I think you're next.
Am I?
To work out with me.
Oh, there's other people here that haven't worked out with you. I figured you'd want to get them in first.
Like who?
Rhett.
For Babyface.
I don't know. I don't think Rhett wants to work out. Does Rhett want to work? I mean,
no, not on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't really want to work out either, but
Nobody's gonna watch it, Lummy.
You got
think about the views, Lummy.
Lummy, you've got to because you're going to be the guy that does doing more weight than me.
Your job title, lifter of all heavy things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of heavy things in that gym.
Yeah, exactly. You know what, Rhett? There you go, Rhett. In fact, you know what Rhett did say? He'd maybe cameraman for us if we needed it.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
What about Macho? I think people want to see that.
Yeah, I think Macho.
Why doesn't Macho work you out?
Well,
oh yeah.
Just saying.
Don't bring your duffel bag, but put it on machines.
Macho's your gym daddy. Call him Gym Daddy when you're in there.
Gym Daddy!
Nobody works out.
Don't call me Gym Daddy.
Nobody works out the owner of the gym.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
not? You can't learn anything new?
Oh, I could learn all kinds of things new from him. But I just want to go through the I want Macho to go through the same standard workout that Seth and Lummy went through.
It's called his warm-up, buddy.
I know. It being nothing to him and the amount of weight he's going to be able to use is going to be unbelievable. Mach, will you do a gym session for me on camera?
I got this problem going on right now with my shoulder. I'll have to wait a little bit.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a while till we get to you.
It's never easy with him, is it, Bubba?
No, you should try to manage him.
Ugh.
Yes means no sometimes. No means yes. Yes means sometimes, but off camera. Yes means no. Off camera, but on camera, yes. He's got me so screwed up in the head.
You had me screwed up when you were yelling stuff at me yesterday. Like, you're like, touch and go, touch and go. I didn't know what it meant.
I was training you.
I know, but I did some of the things I didn't know what it meant. You're like, stop with those rabbit punches. And then you told me to touch and go and all these other things.
Manly stuff.
Is that on the bag?
Yeah, when he was doing the bag, I was like, man, snap that bag. Stop doing little rabbit punches. Because towards the end of it, he was just kind of going bam, bam. Rather than to have a full extension, he was just kind of going like.
My left was tiring, but my right could have gone on for hours.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
When is it?
No, we don't have anybody on today, do we, Lummy?
No, sir.
All right, Seth, let's do the John Costica packages.
Oh, okay.
So you probably need to get a hold of them and get a knife. Because
Do you have the show dagger over there?
No, that show dagger is not. It won't be. It's
It won't?
Show dagger is not very sharp. It's actually fairly dull.
Okay.
It's not. So you need to get like a little razor knife from them.
All right.
And maybe pre-open it.
All right.
And then here's your towel, your workout towel. Will you put that in the kitchen so she can take? So she can, wash
Did I
it?
leave it in here yesterday?
Maybe.
I might have. I came back to get my water. I scared Lummy.
It's a little weird. Yeah. A little weird.
The fight was good. I didn't watch any of it.
I mean, had the most amazing knockout in UFC history.
A title fight or?
Well, quasi-title fight. It was for the bad motherfucker title.
Was it the two Asians?
No, the two Asians actually had a good fight, but nobody cheered for them. The two Asian women?
No one cheered for them?
Not really.
There wasn't no one really knew who they were. Or
No.
It just sounded like they were the same name kind of thing. They looked the exact same. I looked at their stats.
Well,
and it's like,
Jan fights a little more upright than Zhang.
Are they both Chinese?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yan Jiannan and Zhang Weili.
Sure.
But Zhang actually choked her out. She was out with about 2 seconds left in the first round, and the ref let it go. And so when Zhang let it go, Yan goes to get up, and she's like sideways, stumbling down back to the corner. She was out. The ref let her get saved by the bell, but she was out. And got real lucky that it went to a second round, and then the bitch was tough as shit, and she survived all the way to a decision, but she got dominated.
But she lost, right?
Yeah, she actually early on in the fight, she caught Zhang and stunned her and stumbled her, but wasn't able to do much from there. But she has, heavy hands for that size.
They were like the exact same stats. I think they were the same age, same height, same arms.
They were built in the same factory.
Your words, not mine.
One's version 2.0, the other one's version 1.
No one cheered.
Well, part of the problem was this was on the heels of everybody losing their mind over the Max Holloway knockout of Justin Gaethje, with 1 second left in the 5th round of their fight.
So hold on.
Yeah.
1 second left. For until it's over.
Yep.
And is there highlights on that?
Yeah, actually, the UFC never posts things like that. They allowed everybody to use it online.
Can let me find it for me?
I'm sure you can find it. Yeah.
I'll try to find it for you.
All right.
Just go to
just
Twitter
find me.
and type in Holloway.
Give me. Hold on. Hear me out, please. Try to find Brian. Write down the 3 best fights, and give me and find me the highlights.
I think you'll only be able to find the Holloway one.
Okay.
Because the way the UFC protects their
All right.
intellectual
Well,
property.
then find that for me.
I'm trying.
And
Oh my god.
What was so amazing about that? Well, are we going to save it for the air?
Yeah, save it for the air. Send it to me, Anna.
I am. I'm trying to find the best one.
And don't go fucking crazy, Seth, and open it.
No, it's Bubba. It's really fucking hard to get out.
Industrial strength, Seth.
This
What's
is
that
just the end
strength? I don't
of
have
it.
it.
Industrial strength.
Industrial strength.
A
I'm really.
last second KO.
I'm really trying hard.
I'm trying really hard.
That's fucking wild.
So, Jeff, Lonnie, how you doing, bro?
That's what I said this.
Hello, my little YouTubers. I need some fucking money.
Right.
They got us fucking hemmed up on this Cash app deal. Fucking, they think that we're the Antifa because the name Army.
Are they both American? All the way in. What is it?
Fucking bullshit.
Justin Gaethje. Yeah, they're both American. Holloway's from Hawaii. I forget where Gaethje's from.
Wow.
Gaethje hails from parts unknown.
What?
This was stupid shit they did in wrestling. Hailing from parts unknown.
Oh, dear.
I know. Are you going crazy over there, lover?
Trigger consequences, New Mexico.
It's really Bubba. It's really in this box. Like I can't get.
You want me to gorilla open it up for you real fast?
Fucking wild.
I'm just see if I can.
Yeah, it was wild. And the
You got a
place
I had a knife. That's how I kind of got it started.
erupted. People either responded like I did, which was just to
And
sit
then
there
clean
and
up
go,
after your mask.
or like my buddies do. Jump up and grab.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than he has his wife. Well,
That was my line.
that's pretty good.
Thank you.
Lummy, just Venmo and PayPal because we're in a Cash App timeout, which is really and Cash App is like one of my biggest biggest ones. It's where we get the most money, and it helps us out the most.
And we got a $199 tomorrow.
And we got a Bubba $199 now. And I've been through this thing now, Brian, 3 different times where they lock up your cash app, and then they say you need to verify your business so that we can determine as to whether you're the type of business we want to be involved with. And we'll get back to you in 24 hours. They never get back to you. I've called them 3 different times to speak to different reps who said that they will hand deliver this to somebody that can make a determination that I'm just in this like algorithm hell. That's what, so even when I get I talk to somebody. How many times have we had our cash app turned on and turned off? Like 3-4 times?
This is our 3rd time. Venmo, I think, was 3 times too.
So they, the word army, I've been told now, Brian, that the word army throws off their algorithm where they think we're like an Antifa Proud Boys kind of deal, like a militia. Yeah.
I mean, we're a step or 2 away from that, but yeah.
I mean, we're not saying that we're not, dabbling in that, like in that gray area, so to speak, but we're not all in.
We're not saying like guys like Iggy and John Costica wouldn't take up arms for you if you called them to action.
Yeah, I mean, I think almost all Bubba Army men would take up arms.
They've been waiting their whole life for it.
If I said, meet me in Washington, D.C., the Bubba Army, meet me in Washington, D.C., I got to think that I'd probably get 300-400 people show up, 500 people show up.
Oh yeah.
Say we're
that's some influence, Bubba, to be able to have a militia on a moment's notice.
So maybe they're right in flagging me, but I'm flagged right now. So the only way you can really help us out is if you're going to go direct, which we prefer, is PayPal and Venmo, both of which at the Bubba Army.
And let me tell you something: the Bubba Army stretch is and reach is still far and wide, because I'm walking to the fight, to the UFC fight on Saturday.
I love stories like this.
And I step out of the Park MGM by the valet area, and a guy randomly, I'm with my neighbor Asher, my buddy Asher, and a guy goes, Brian Matroni. And
now that's got to be kind of cool. Here you are in Vegas, with your boy, and you get recognized as a celebrity. That's got to be kind of cool.
So there's 2, yeah. So
and that's probably never happened to you.
I think his name was.
No, I mean, like, have you ever been to Vegas and somebody recognized you as a radio personality in public?
No, the only time people talk to me is when they say, "Sir, you need to leave."
No, I mean, I'm
not serious.
Now, do you in Tampa?
Sir,
in Tampa,
you need to leave.
Sir.
In Tampa, do sometimes you get recognized?
I've
I've
had a few people be like, "What's up, babyface?" And then obviously my wife with that story where she got her luggage fee waived.
Right, that's super cool.
Yeah, right. At least she got some. So super nice guy. I think his name was Derek. He says, "Man, I heard you on the show, and I heard you were going to be staying at the park, and I was hoping I'd get to see you, and I just want to say what a big fan I am, and how
that's awesome.
How much cooler you are than Dan." And
hold on. But hold on. Now your neighbor who thinks that he knows you,
right?
And like you're this nice dad, good husband, cool dude,
president of the HOA.
You guys have become, you guys have kind of bonded over you guys like the same stuff, sports. Like he's your neighbor.
Don't forget they added 2 other gentlemen into the mix.
Well, but those 2 other gentlemen don't know Brian from Tampa. You know what I'm saying?
Not really, not too well.
Right.
I mean, Kevin's from Tampa here, but Martin's from out of town.
Right. So your neighbor, the guy,
Asher,
your friendly neighbor, the guy that I can affectionately call a guy across the hedges, and he's your neighbor. He's the guy across the hedges, and he's maybe he's hooked onto your property, maybe he's across the street, but whatever. You guys are close. But he doesn't know you as like a star or a celebrity.
No, he just peeks over the fence.
Or a major radio personality. He didn't really know you like he in that capacity. He knows you're a lawyer. He knows you're a good dad. He knows you're a good husband. For the most part, a pretty good son-in-law, except for one set of the parents. And I'm sure you keep your lawn nice. I'm sure that your house, there's no oil stains on the driveway. I'm sure you keep your house pretty neat. I think you probably have a lawn service and all that kind of deal. So your house is nice. And he's walking around in Las Vegas, and you 2 are just, Johnny Neighbor 1 and 2, and somebody recognizes you by the radio, recites various things, and is a huge fan. And that's got to, in his world, kind of be like, God,
he goes, what was that all about? And I told him, he's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's like, that's pretty awesome. So then we're walking.
I mean, you got recognized as like a celebrity.
So then we're walking into the arena.
On fight night, baby.
On fight night, we're walking into the arena, going to our seats. And it's a good crowd of people. So we're walking.
Probably 10,000 at that point.
It filled pretty early. Yeah,
right.
It was about 70. It never happens at a UFC fight in Vegas, but it was full.
Usually,
the card top to bottom was just insane.
But usually, because I've been to so many of them and broadcasted for Sirius XM and was Dana White's special guest, usually, like, people wouldn't, they don't get into about
the main card.
About 4 fights, three to 4 fights that are left.
Yeah,
and I think a card has 12 fights.
This one was special, so it had 13.
All right, so
yeah, you're right. 12 to 13 is their target.
So usually nobody. I mean, it's damn near empty. Maybe 1,000 to 1,500 fights. 13 to 6 have like you can literally talk across the. Brian could be way on the. I'd be like, "Hey, Brian, how you doing?"
Yeah,
I mean, it's that desolate. But then about into 6, the start of 5, and certainly the middle of 4, everybody just converges on it because they really only want to see like the last 3 usually. So, but you're saying because this thing was chocked full, there was actually a pretty big crowd. What fight number did you get there?
Oh, we were there first fight.
All right, so you saw it all.
Yeah, I saw every fight.
Brian
I was there to watch.
Brian Petroni with his VIP McGillicuddy is not going to miss one opportunity of this.
No. Table service.
The service was insane.
If they opened the place up where you could have watched the guy, mop the mats, Brian would have come in for that too.
Well, we got there. We got there right at 3. We got to our seats, and they
3 local time, 6 our time.
Yeah. So they started the event probably a few minutes later than they had planned, but. So as we're walking to our seats, there's people moving through the concourse. We're moving one way, they're moving the other, and all of a sudden I get a "Hey, baby face" as we're walking to the seats. So,
sighting number 2.
Yeah.
So were there 2 sightings?
Yeah, it was 2 sightings.
Nice.
It was the same guy 2 sightings.
No. The other guy was working at the park at the valet stand.
Wow.
So who was this guy?
I don't know because we were walking in.
Thank you, Will. I need to money.
You never gotta stop and
with a flow.
Do you stop? Ask for pictures.
I just waved.
Like a goddamn celebrity.
Yeah, but here's what you should do. You should stop and you'd be like, get to know. Hey, you know what? Thank you. Where do you listen from? The guy tells you where he listens from. That's awesome. By what means do you listen? Man, I'm on the YouTube. Okay, great.
Are you telling him how to be a celebrity,
yeah,
Bubba?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Tell me how to be a celebrity and market being a celebrity.
I thought you keep it moving when you're in a big crowd.
If you're in a big crowd, you're a real celebrity.
I know, but if you're not a real celebrity,
like you, Brian,
if you're not a real celebrity and you're only going to be cited 2 times, you need to do this, and that is give them a little piece of you, so that it even gets them more entrenched into the Bubba Army world. And you stop and say, "Hey, what's your name? My name's Fred. Hey, Fred, how you doing? What? Where are you from Vegas? No, yeah, I'm from Vegas. I listened to the show. I heard you're going to be out here.
It sounds like a first date, Bubba.
So I'll be like, okay, Fred. Well, listen, I appreciate you, Fred. Thanks.
There's a QR code. You scan it.
And then the other dude, you're like, hey, where you from? By what you ask them by what means they listen, what city they live in. Boom. You ask them a few questions, then you tell them it's a 1 minute. It's a 1 minute ordeal, and if they feel as if they have a piece of you, if they're cool enough to recognize you as a celebrity, you could be cool enough to recognize them as a Bubba Army listener.
If he had come up to me, I shook the hand of the valet and talked to him. If the other guy, the guy that yelled out babyface had actually come up to me, I would have talked to him.
Okay.
But I'm not going to go run after him and be like, you said my name?
I didn't know.
I'm not Dan.
I didn't know the circumstances. I didn't know it was a fleeting recognition where you guys were going opposite directions. I thought it might have been like shoulder to shoulder deal.
No.
Okay, I
absolutely would have talked to somebody there.
You are correct. Thank you very much.
Neil Mount Plaisir 25 on the Venmo.
Thank you so much, Venmo and PayPal. We're down Cash App. I just don't understand. I'll have to get back on the phone with them again today, and then you have to give them your federal tax ID number. You have to send them a copy of your driver's license.
You think Brian's team could handle that for you, Bubba?
What do you mean? No, Brian. I mean, Brian's paralegal or secretary doesn't want to. No, this is something that I got to do.
Oh, okay.
Or
Are Brian and his wife invited to 199 tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, well, I mean,
his hot wife.
Here's the thing. I think that Brian attending Bubba 199s with his hot wife would not be cool if it was a regular thing. I think it needs to be more of a situational.
So that's a no.
No, I mean like.
I'm good with not.
I don't think that she. I don't think that she really wants to be here every Bubba 199. You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course Brian's invited if he'd like, but I don't know if that's Brian's jam or not. He's not told me if Brian, would you want to attend Bubba 199?
I mean, I would only, I'll check with my wife and see what she wants to do.
And I think she's like, honey, let's just stay home. I mean, I want to get all
She's
dressed
just really
up.
stressed with work right now.
Right.
She's got her big national conference coming up, and it's
And Bubba 199 is like our monthly national conference.
Oh, don't bust me up with your big national conference monthly.
So anyway, please, I'm worried about this Cash App deal. I really am. They just keep locking me up, and it's just like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people switched over when we got kicked out of Venmo to Cash App.
But we're back on Venmo, and PayPal has never left us.
No.
So you go do a PayPal gimmick.
Are we going to make it, Bubba?
I don't know. This has been our worst month so far. I mean, I'm just being transparent, and I think it has a lot to do with tax. April 15th being tax day. A lot of people have to write big checks for that. Brian, I don't know if you're a refund guy or a write a check guy.
Well, I'm an end of the year bonus guy, so I'm a refund guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because I pay it, the bonus taxes and then get it back. I'm like 2 months later.
What a dick.
Responsible.
Great. I had to file an extension.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick Hogan's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Flat what they call a U.S. consumer tax, and if you get 100% your paycheck, and then you're just taxed on what you consume.
Yeah,
There's actually a bill in Congress.
Well, that was who was the Herman Cain?
No, Neil Bortz.
No, but Herman Cain ran on the presidency with that whole flat tax.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh shit, man! R.I.P.
Didn't he say like 999?
But here's the thing, I think the study showed that we could get out of debt in however many years doing it that way, and that it would be this much more money. We would collect this much more money that way because people that buy $40 million jets have to pay that consumer tax.
Yeah.
But a guy that just lives frugally and saves his money, he's not in the same tax bracket as the rich guy who's buying jets.
So how do you determine who pays what tax on what?
You determine everybody
Just
pays
flat tax.
Everybody pays tax on everything, and then you
that really hurts the lower class.
Hold on,
people.
and then you exempt things like food, education. There's some exemptions.
Porno, baseball cards, weed,
medical, education, food. Supplies for school, things like that are all exempt, and then everything else is like 18 or 19% user tax.
Do you luxury tax more expensive items?
No, it's just a flat tax. So like if I buy a fucking $7 million plane, I'm gonna pay 20% tax on that. Or if you buy a fucking $300 bicycle, you're gonna pay a
Well, what if I buy a Frankfurter at a baseball game? Is there a tax on that? Because
no, food's exempt.
Even at a ball game?
Food, alcohol wouldn't be exempt, but food would be.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's one of the arguments, and one of the arguments is first of all, businesses are already set up to pay tax.
Right.
Whether you own the 7-Eleven or you're already set up where you are collecting a tax on the state level, or it could be state, county, like up in New York where they get you 4 different times. But at least every business is at least set up to collect a state tax. Well, the onus of collection would be on those people instead of the consumers. There's far less businesses than there are consumers. So it's easier to police. It would be easier to enforce and police a third as many entities as 300 million people. You know, there's only, I don't know how many total businesses in America there are, but, you know, it's far, and they're already conditioned to pay tax. They're just they're just going to collect an additional tax. You know, and so if you go to the 7-Eleven and buy fucking, you know, 2 candy bars, instead of being 7% tax, it's now 27%. You got to get your state and your local. But they don't take $1 of your paycheck.
Right.
Except for, I think you'd still contribute Social Security.
Well, Social Security and Medicaid.
And Medicaid. That would be the only two things as far as your federal income tax. And they would waive all death tax, all. I know a woman whose dad was Maurice Wilder, who was one of the richest men in Pinellas County. He was worth like, he had an infamous trial he had an infamous prenup trial in Pinellas that held up. He was worth about $400 million. And Tiffany Wilder is his daughter, and she's a good friend of mine. She was my partner at Planet Bubba Clearwater. And when he died, and he even had it all set up as the best that you could have it set up as far as trusts and fucking, you know, all this kind of stuff. And her family had to sell half of his land to be able to pay the death tax. The tax.
Yeah, you have to have good planning.
And he had the best planning. And he had like a $400 million portfolio, and they had to sell like 200 million of it to be able to pay the tax.
Ray Harrison, 20 Venmo. You ready?
And the IRS are some mean motherfuckers.
Generally, they're the type of people that if you're dealing with, it's not a good thing.
Right.
How was Martin?
He ended up being a really cool guy.
Like, you're going to stay in touch with him when he goes across the pond?
He Facebook friended me. That's how.
While you guys were in Vegas still?
On the way home.
Like you were just in your bed one night and he was at the Cosmo. Martin. On the way home. How's Breeze?
Awesome.
Really?
Yeah, really impressed by Breeze.
What's Breeze?
The new airline that's out of Tampa.
Oh yeah, we need to get into that.
No delays or anything?
Nothing. In fact, we got in 35 minutes early.
Oh man.
Yep.
More time for fucking hookers and blow, baby.
No, got in home. We got out there.
Oh.
Hookers and blow, say it.
Hookers and blow in Tampa Bay.
There may have been some of that going on in the group.
Oh, I doubt it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Who was on the powder?
It's not even let's just be
Was it Martin? Those British fucks, man, they can do it all.
You like to power it up?
Yeah.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Lovey, did you get that email from Tom, the new schedule?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Is it a new copy?
Yes.
All right.
It's for
the schedule's already locked in, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So much to get to today, my Lord. And don't forget today's podcast will be Two Live Jew. That's of course Seth and Anna cutting it up together. Now, and then Seth, I think you had. Now, was the wrestling show yesterday?
I recorded it. I recorded on Wednesday evening with Gary.
Okay,
the Gary Cantrell.
Now, is today Two Live Jew tape and gets released tomorrow because today's pigmentation, or was pigmentation yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Pigmentation was yesterday, and today's Two Live Jew.
So here's the schedule for it's going to be Bubba Uncensored on Monday, Clement Kush Tuesday, Operation Pigmentation Wednesday, Two Live Jew Thursday and
Wrestling show Friday.
And then whatever ancillary shows get picked up throughout the week, we'll just throw in there as we go.
So now in our podcast world, this is all exclusive material that you cannot find on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch or Twitter or X or anything like that. You can't find any of this. Again, the Bubba Uncensored show on Monday, the Clem and Kush on Tuesday, the Operation Pigmentation on Wednesday.
Which you were on this week.
Yes, Two Live Jew on Thursday. And then Friday, the Gary Cantrell and Seth Kushner Breaking Down Pro Wrestling.
Yes.
Now, has that got a name?
Not yet.
All right.
I'm not good with names, so I just told Gary to think of one, and we can go with it.
I missed John Costica's $100 yesterday on PayPal. Right now, our Cash App is down, so it's just Venmo and PayPal at the Bubba Army. And we know April's been tough on you. It's tough on us as well. So much to the fact where they've taken our Cash App away.
Ray Harrison, 20.
They think we're a militia. Listen, Super Chat does well, too, if you're watching us on YouTube. We appreciate that. All at the Bubba Army. So, Brian, continuing your Vegas trip, the first aspect of potential effery to your Vegas, you and your neighbor and a total of 4 men. 4 men.
2 hotel rooms.
4 men, 2 hotel rooms, and 1 VIP table.
That's it.
UFC 300.
And Brian looked like
starring your 2 local HOA presidents and vice presidents of said deed-restricted community.
It looked like you were wearing your party suit that night, Brian, in the picture.
I did. I had the party suit on.
It should have been Dad's Gone Wild or something like that. Did you have the? I saw that you did have the red suit on.
Yes.
I thought. Now, see, that was. I thought maybe that was only a wife thing, or is that just a festive party thing?
That's a festive party. People love the suit, man.
Yeah. Did you get comments on it?
Oh, like tons.
Right. Did you get any comments like, "Hey, nerd boy, nice suit"?
No.
Oh, okay. I was just saying.
No. I think that's par for the course in Vegas, right? Like what Brian was wearing?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never been, but...
I think you can wear things in Vegas that you probably can't wear other places.
It's almost like BARP, you'd wear things here that you would never wear on the streets as a self-respecting, woman.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Man.
Like BARP.
Yeah.
When chicks are virtually nude, you're not going to wear the same thing, the BARP, that you're going to have for kid line when you're picking up your kid from school, right?
Yeah, unless you're trying to sell your OnlyFans at your Catholic school.
Now, that would be if let's say you have a hot chick that looks like Brandy Love, right? And she goes to Carline every day and picks up her little 8-year-old, 9-year-old. That it would get out throughout the community that she is an OnlyFans chick.
Well, we did the story on that the mom that had her kid in Florida at like some Christian school and had her OnlyFans on the real windshield advertising it, and they kicked her kids out of school.
And is that a reason to kick your?
It doesn't go with the guidelines of a Christian school.
But hold on, those are meant for the students. I don't think the guidelines of a school are applicable to the parents.
I'm sure they are. It's a private school.
I was going to say some of the guidelines in private schools they have parent guidelines too.
Yeah. Oh, they do?
Yeah.
See, that's why my poor kid, it's like my poor kid was great, but your dad is the devil. So, I almost have it reversed where this kid, the kid got judged for what his parent did. That's
sins of the father.
Sins of the father. Yeah, thanks. So the first potential thing that could have gone wrong in 4 dads go to UFC would have been you didn't take what, if you live in Tampa, you kind of know, like Delta, for instance. Delta's, they're money. Delta's money. Now, Delta usually costs a little bit more. American costs a little bit more. United costs a little bit more. The upper crust carriers. But then you get into these, Brian flew on an airline that me and Seth had never even heard of called Breeze. I didn't even know there was such a thing.
He's ahead of the game, Bubba.
Yeah, so Breeze Airlines. And so if you just look at the lower crust coming out of Tampa, you're looking at Southwest, the Greyhound of the skies.
No, Spirit, the Greyhound of the skies.
Yeah, Southwest is now borderline because we're starting to get so many cut rate willies. Southwest is starting to look more like Delta I'm just saying.
Yeah. So I was gonna say Southwest, JetBlue, I would say are the two
fringers,
like nicer value carriers, right?
Yeah, but then you got the upper crust too, and Delta, American, United.
Yeah, but those airlines are not good for getting to Vegas. They don't fly direct. You have to hub to a city.
I know that, but if you were flying, I'm not talking about Vegas specific. I'm just talking about airlines at this point. So the one problem we have here in Tampa is that the upper crust airlines, the Deltas, the Uniteds, the Americans. I'm trying to think of anybody else. It's really, really like
Aer Lingus.
No, Aer Lingus.
Mike Thurman, 1999, foreman in Vegas sauna.
What's their sister company, Cunna?
You got a zookeeper yourself, Bubba.
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh, that was pretty. That was
That was
fun.
good, Bubba.
I mean, that was pretty dirty.
That was a correct sound.
Yeah, you're right. I need to give myself a correct.
Ding ding. But everyone in
Aer Lingus, and I come in with their sister company as Cunna. Come on now.
Yep.
That's.
I don't get
really, it. You don't get it.
I got it.
She's never gotten it. That's the problem.
Don't get Brian fired up.
Don't get Brian fired up. He's like, man, I just got a ding. I'm going to keep him coming. And he'll be like one after another.
This is going to be like Kobe Bryant. He's going to take 80 shots now.
He's on fire.
Bubba, a lot of Bubba Army royalty that fly to BARP, I guess, flew Breeze and said it was amazing.
Awesome.
South Carolina.
All right,
Awesome. Yeah, they fly direct from Charleston to Tampa.
Oh, my God. I wish I would have known that when I was syndicated in Charleston.
They weren't around when you were syndicated in Charleston.
And then Lummy messed it up and we got to throw it off.
Do they give you anything, Brian? Do they give you any peanuts or a good time or anything on the Breeze?
No, you get water or coffee, but you can pay for other things.
But I mean, do you get peanuts or pretzels?
Neither.
Pretzels always.
Neither. So all you get's a soft drink.
No, water or coffee.
No, that's it. Okay, hold on. Not even a Coke?
$4.
Okay.
Jeez.
Bring your own bottle on, but they have good mixed drinks on there.
All right,
so.
can you bring your own food?
Yeah.
So
of
you
course.
could go down to the thing there and got you a hamburger and some fries, and
I had me a Quiznos sub on the way home from Vegas.
All right, so you got Breeze Airlines, and then so everything you're saying went flawless, on time. First of all, how many? I think there's only 3 Spirit, Breeze, and Southwest that have direct flights to Vegas from Tampa.
Breeze is technically not direct. They have what's called a breeze through, where they land in Gulfport for about 45 minutes, pick up more passengers, and then you take off. So it adds about 45 minutes.
Do you even have to deboard the plane?
No. You don't. You're not allowed to deboard the plane.
Right.
It's called a breeze through, which is the difference than taking Delta, where you're going to have to get off in Atlanta and go run to another terminal to try and make your flight out to Vegas.
First of all, I will never travel, or I will I'll pay whatever it takes. I'll borrow money from my sister before I do layovers, because that's where the effery begins.
Yep, that's how you lose your trip.
That's how is when you got a layover, because it's now you got 50% more of an opportunity for some technical difficulty, weather issue, late, your plane's late and your adjoining plane's on time and they left you, or you're early and the adjoining plane never gets there or is late, and it's whatever. So Breeze, you had a Breeze through in Gulfport, which was no problem.
It's a small
did you
airport,
guys?
so.
Was it assigned seating?
Yeah. So they have different classes. So they have just like
talking about Breeze Airlines.
They have your basic ticket where you get nothing. You don't get to choose your seat. You get no luggage other than maybe
backpack.
not even a carry on. Yeah, just a personal item. Then they have the nice fare where you get to choose your seat and get a carry on. Then they have the nicer fare, which is where you get to choose your seat, carry on, check bag, free Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi was good on the plane, by the way. And then they have their nicest, which are their first, essentially like business class, first class.
They, instead of having 3 seats across, they have 2.
2, and they have recliners, and
there's like 3. They usually like the first 3 rows of the plane are those.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 rows, but yeah,
that's
was
very limited.
Yep.
Now, did you guys get those?
No, I decided for the price difference would have been like Almost $200 more. It was so round trip with my luggage, everything, Wi-Fi, all that was $350.
You're talking about round trip there and back?
Yep.
$350.
Southwest would have been double, and we wouldn't have gotten in until midnight, essentially, on Monday morning, on Tuesday morning.
Right. Instead, you got back. What time?
9 p.m.
9 p.m. on Sunday.
No, 9 p.m. on Monday.
Oh, 9 p.m. on Monday.
Yeah.
There was no getting out of there on Sunday?
We didn't want to get out of there on Sunday. We were going hard on Saturday.
Now, is there less people traveling on Monday than Sunday?
Way less. Way fewer people. Getting to and around the airport in Vegas is much easier. It's way
Vegas
better to go Friday to Monday.
Vegas, cheaper too. And Vegas's airport is a just dump.
Friday to Monday is superior than Thursday to Sunday.
Friday to Monday is much better than Thursday. How about Thursday to Monday?
I mean,
it'd probably even be better.
That starts to get too long in Vegas.
Did you know? But I mean, like if I was going to Warsaw, Indiana, and I like to stay like 5-6 days, sometimes even a week. Like I think a Thursday to a Tuesday would be the way to do it.
When does Warsaw get old? Like day 5, 6?
No, I don't spend all my time in Warsaw. I spend some time. Sometimes I'll go see Denzel in Terre Haute. But every time I go see I always break it up between Columbus and Warsaw. Remember?
Yeah. Well, just let's say Indiana in general.
It doesn't. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know when it gets old. Gets old when I say it gets old. So I mean, like Brian, I got to think a really cheap fare based on, impact based on people traveling would be Thursday, because Thursday's not Friday. Everybody travels on Friday. So Thursday to Tuesday, that would be the jam.
Yeah, you're getting better fares that time frame for sure. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are going to always be cheaper when you're booking flights.
All right, so your plane ride perfect? You guys all force it together?
We sit near each other, and there's only 3 of us on that plane. Martin's already out in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
Getting destroyed.
Right.
Oh, man. He secured the
and are you guys getting reports, too, from Martin? Hey, I'm out here. Got everything all set up.
Yeah.
I've been able to purchase A, B, C, and D.
Got the opium.
Got a couple talked to a couple chicks at the joint last night.
Bunny Ranch. You got the Bunny Ranch room set up for all of us.
Got it all handled.
Martin's waiting eagerly for us to get there. So what?
Does Martin pick you up from the airport, or do he?
No. Nobody rents a car in Vegas, Bubba. You're the only one.
I know. It's so stupid too. It's so expensive.
And you went to Ace Rental. What were you thinking?
Oh my
God!
God!
You knew you were going to get sabotaged.
I know. Please.
It's Mercer's fault.
That was mine. I'll take it. So anyway, so you get there, you land, you Uber to the resort. Now, sometimes check-in can be a pain in the ass. It's big. There's a lot of people waiting. Like sometimes.
Oh, they've figured it out.
Oh,
let me tell you.
Kiosk.
So before you go, you pre-check in on your phone through the app, through the MLife app. So when we landed at.
You mean the hotel?
Yeah, the hotel.
The hotel says, listen, check in on your app when you land.
No, the day before, give them your final credit card information, confirm everything, say what you want, your room preferences are. The moment we landed at 11:45 or 11:30, whatever it was in Vegas, open up the app, your room's ready. Here's your digital room key. You don't even have to go to the desk.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, the next time I travel, can I go over to your office and you help me out a little
Absolutely.
bit? Jesus.
So,
man, you're for real?
Yeah.
So you go, Uber dropped you off, and they already sent you your room key on your phone, and you just go right up to your room.
Yep.
Man,
what's the option to the
tell me you're not a little
right?
impressed on that deal.
No, I know how Brian travels.
Man.
Like he's very. Hey, Brian, did you
God,
end up
you should be
getting
a travel consultant?
Did you end up getting that IV that you talked about?
No, I ended up not needing it.
He knew these foreign substances he'd be putting in his body would go ahead and counteract his lethargicness.
Your friend snorted it all.
Yeah.
There was none left
All
for
right.
you.
So you get in. They send you your room key. Now, here's the other thing is I'm just talking to you about all the things that I bitch about when I go to Vegas.
Right.
So far, you've breezed through. No pun intended. the only hiccup so far I would have tried to maybe book something that didn't have a breeze through, that just went straight because I got ADHD, and the extra 45 minutes would maybe have an anxiety attack. So I need to go direct. But anyway. So far, like the room key. So this is the next thing I bitch about. from the front door where you walk in from the casino to your room sometimes is 18 miles. I mean, sometimes you got to go walk all the way around the casino and then all the way around the food court, and then that's where the bank of elevators are for your room. And you're just dying because I'm not Johnny Cardio.
Not the Park MGM. They drop you off. It's 250 steps to the elevator banks from the valet drop-off area.
All right,
taxi drop-off.
Like from here to maybe
from where I'm sitting to the front door gate. The front gate.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how far from the elevator bank? Sometimes, man, your room's at the very end.
So this time my room was at the very end.
Oh, yeah. So
but the nice thing about that is you don't get the elevator noise.
I know, but it's a long ass walk.
It was long,
what
but
the hell, Bubba? That stuff stresses you out. Is walking to an elevator?
Well, I mean, I'm like, man, why can't I? The elevator drops you off like at room 2700. Well, man, look at 2703 and 2705 and 2707. I'll be like at 2798 or something.
Could you imagine the riffraff that comes back, to their hotel rooms in Vegas at 3 a.m. That's making a ton of noise? Like you're best to be far away from the elevator.
Man, I'll tell you about a reality show is just have a camera set up of every Vegas elevator, like at 3 a.m, drunk people and high people, and just anybody that's going back to their room.
People that lost it all.
Hold on. Anybody, yes. A guy that sits there and he's just like.
He doesn't get out of the elevator, he just keeps riding it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a guy on social media that's got a pretty funny page. He flies around, I think it's in California, but he'll fly around some of the prostitute-infected areas, and he'll just fly a drone around, and they all freak out and start running away.
Yeah.
But that's his entire Instagram page, is following people around with a drone.
Disheveled hookers.
Yeah.
So everybody getting off the elevator in Vegas, late. They're either drunk, they're either high, they either got some type of prostitution situation, or they've lost it all. Or they've made a ton of money and they want to keep the party going in their hotel room.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So, you got all that, you got all that going on. All right, so you check in. How's your room? So sometimes you walk in your room, like, man, this room seems. I could have got this room in Brandon.
So real quick, some people are talking about key cards. So there's actually you can take. So let's say you want a physical key, or you have like my situation where it's under my reservation, but I've got somebody staying with me. You walk in, they have like 12, 20 kiosks set up,
and you
put
do your phone and they print
right
you a key
up against it, and it activates the keys.
Spits out a plastic key.
Yep,
perfect.
So that was a minute.
All right,
a minute. So
you get to your room, you open it up. You're like, are you like? Because usually your first reaction like, oh, okay.
Did you carry Asher across the threshold?
He carried me.
Right.
I'm little.
I mean, did the initial opening of the room were you, oh wow, or this will do, or
this will do,
this will do,
this will do? It was a very simple room.
So because a lot of times you're like, oh wow, this is a lot nicer than I thought. That's cool. Or it's like, listen, this will do because I'm not going to be in a room that much. I'm not really looking this room. I'm not trying to entertain anybody. I'm just trying to sleep and shower and poop. That's all. That's all really your hotel rooms is good for in Vegas.
Yep. Sleep, shower, and poop.
Sleep, shower, and poop. Maybe a little rest here and there in between sets. So now that's on Friday. So what did you guys do Friday night?
So after we got in, we got unpacked. We went down. Got waters and liquid IVs and some stuff from CVS, which is right conveniently located. Then we grabbed some pizza.
A liquid IV. You went.
It's like electrolyte stuff.
It's electrolytes. It's just to stop you from getting overly dehydrated. It's just to mix it in with
really
the
good.
water.
I think I have some in my bag.
Yeah, it is really good. It saved us.
All right. So you get all hydrated up.
Get all ready to go.
What time are we talking here?
Now we're at like 1 o'clock.
1 in the afternoon.
Yeah. So then we went down to the pool. Started smashing some drinks down there.
Did you ever dad bods out? Like, I mean, did all of them have dad bods?
Asher's in pretty dang good shape.
Right.
He's only 30.
Right.
So,
but of course, he have his shirt off. Was he strutting around there like
I had my shirt off. I wasn't embarrassed.
Right.
I mean,
I'd have mine on. Lummy, about you?
It's the Park MGM though. We're not talking about Wet Republic here, Bubba.
I know, but still, me and Lummy just keep our t-shirts on.
Yeah, might as well.
Probably even Seth. Macho's probably the only one. Macho and Dan, Macho, Dan, and Jay are probably the only ones to take their shirts off. Let's just be honest. Me, you, and Rat, we don't want our man-tees.
No, yeah, we're keeping those
our
on.
manatees.
But don't you feel free Don't you feel free in Vegas? Like, wouldn't you want to just let your boobies out there?
I'm afraid some, Mark's going to take a picture of me. Now I got BTs on, Stern Fan Network.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
No, we're doing next.
It's like in real time, just live.
I didn't get that hungover, so because I bought 24 bottles of water down at CVS, and I drank all but 2 of them while I was there. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, between those days, I drank 22 bottles of water.
Of this?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
And had a liquid IV every single day.
Oh yeah, that's saving
you got
a
it.
too.
So on Sunday, I was like, I really don't need it, and I knew I wasn't gonna go too hard on Sunday into Monday, so I was like, nah, I'm good.
But the other boys needed it.
Asher got in on the fight night. We ended up at Zook, so I went through it and saw Ludacris. And then when we all got dropped back off around 3:15 in the morning, he went to a strip club.
By himself?
Yeah.
Did you say you saw Ludacris?
Yeah.
Like perform or just walk by?
Perform.
Oh shit, cool.
Wait, I thought you said one of the guys came in on Thursday.
Yeah, Martin was in on Thursday.
All right, what's Wednesday, Seth? And which one's Two Live Jew?
Secured
Thursday.
Okay.
And then what's Wednesday? Pigmentation?
Yeah.
Scared?
A little bit, but I wasn't. I waited a while.
How much is it to go in the car?
Hey, Brian, can you turn that down? I don't need to hear the fucking Lucas comments. I'm trying to fucking do shit here.
Sorry, sir.
No problem.
I know you're eating.
Did you fucking get into it when he did Move Bitch?
Was that Move Bitch? Everybody got into
Everybody
it.
got into it?
He did all the hits. He did like 8 songs there.
Did you got a residency there?
No, he was there at Zook just for the UFC after party. So it's normally $50 for a chick, $75 for a dude. But it was free with your UFC ticket. So I just showed my UFC ticket.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
This guy got a free Ludacris concert.
Yep. And we waited until the perfect time to get there because when we got there, we got drink, went to the side of the stage where we could have a good view, and like 10 minutes later he was on. So it wasn't because they go on late. It was like 2 a.m. By the time he
It's
went.
like 5 a.m. for you.
Yeah. But by
I'm
now,
sure you had some,
yeah, whatever.
temptation.
So
Thanks, Chub It Up. I appreciate that,
we were
man.
gonna get a table there.
I appreciate that.
If we went. I
Yeah,
told
sure.
him, I was like, I'm not going to a nightclub and standing around for 3 hours
What's up,
and
Sponge?
fucking dealing with that. I said, I'm not about that.
I do okay
And
training
I
your
said,
cuts
so
up?
if you guys want to go
Yeah,
to a
it was,
nightclub,
it took
I'm
me a
either
while
getting a table
to
or I'm not going. Pretty
to
much.
not be
I'll find
nauseous
something else to
anymore.
do and you guys can just stand around like losers.
I was freaking out in my
And
car because I was getting anxiety because I didn't feel
We
good.
ended up deciding
I
not
was
to
like,
do it.
shit,
We weren't
this
even
is
going to
gonna-
go to
feel better
Zook, we
today?
ended up going.
Well, yeah, I do.
Like
I actually
losers?
felt more
Well,
sore
we
yesterday.
weren't there long enough
like,
to be losers.
I mean,
We literally
but I
went,
tell you what, man.
watch Luda, had like
I don't
two
think
drinks,
tomorrow's gonna
and
be the
then-
worst day.
Is it?
At that point, it was 3.
What should I do? Should I just go for like a walk tomorrow or something?
And I was like, it's time for me to go to bed.
Or
Take a girl along the way.
lay.
Or Asher or whatever.
I know it sounds stupid, but
Something like that.
lay on your carpet and just kind of
Something like
stretch.
Yeah.
Just kind of stretch and crank and kind of.
Okay.
But
Maybe put a tennis ball underneath your back and rub it.
yeah, but anyway.
But just just stretch as much as you can. Try to do some just.
But then one of
almost
them,
like borderline yoga.
To,
I'd really like to actually do yoga.
They have
Friday night we
They
went
have
to this
stretching
place called
classes.
Centerfolds.
No,
It
I
was
know. They have
it's
stretch
really
labs.
it's really
And my
yeah
credit card
labs
is
like
not
where you
on
go
my
there.
so
Yeah.
A stretcher guy will like almost masseuse.
Yeah.
But it's all about
to
stretching.
use my Amex when I'm
And it's so- and it's-
or something.
Do you want to send me the one for content?
Oh,
I
no,
know
but
that they'll immediately catch fraud.
It's okay, whatever.
And sure enough,
I gotta think
like 2 days later, Walmart.com.
Because you see all these old people out there,
I
old
get a
houses,
little
and they just
test
start
purchase
getting
to
kind
see
of
if
like,
they
you
can
know,
get away with
pushed
it
over.
at 3 a.m.
well, like they haven't,
and it didn't
like
work.
they haven't taken care of themselves
Good.
and stretched and you know.
Yeah, I felt pathetic yesterday, but I also
we heard of
I needed to like
very
start.
creepy
I needed to
fucking
start
day.
yesterday.
Hey,
I refuse to
everything.
go.
I know this sounds so corny, but every journey starts from the first step.
Yeah, well, I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't ready yesterday. Like I hadn't eaten at all. Like I didn't feel good. Like I wasn't.
You didn't even have the right clothes.
Yeah, I was tired, but I just.
And not
But-
even a hot one.
So, Friday, tomorrow,
Grab it. I'm just like,
if you can,
like I'm watching.
Good call,
these
Nick.
little girls
if you
drink
can,
bacon.
can you come tomorrow?
There's so many
Are you
levels
working
of
out
like
tomorrow?
devastation. I was
So
like, I
bring
can't.
your different
First of all, the
clothes.
place is called Little Darling.
That way you can.
Nothing
you can
about
go
them
to
were
the
little
bathroom.
darling.
I'm not gonna come out looking like a
Just the
fucking
name
ghetto
of the
Eskimo. Like
logo.
you.
But we even have a shower in the bathroom.
No, I know. Listen, I don't need any footage of me in the shower being
What?
floated
Spirit
around.
Island?
I'm trying to get footage.
Yeah, I've been
If
there.
You didn't want to be fucking.
Asher
No,
was
I don't
there.
mind that.
Franchise. I've been to one in Santa Barbara.
But yesterday I just drove out to Odessa after
No,
the
it's
show
not
for
bad.
some
Treasures
stuff,
is
so I
good
was
there.
able to like
Spirit
finally
Island,
calm down.
and then obviously
Then I felt
Sapphires
good.
is like the
Premiere.
super Walmart.
Then I went and
strip
got
club.
went to
It's the
fucking
biggest
True
in the
Leave in
world.
Tampa. I got
It's
really fucking
gigantic.
stoned.
Like the premiere.
So you're like on top of the world.
No, it's a
I was
premiere
great,
club. They
yeah.
do pool parties
I mean,
during
yesterday
the
was
day
like a
and
fucking
at night.
9.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was good. I just.
I mean, the only thing would
Yeah.
benefit Phoebe would
It's
have
not
given you
far
some
off.
Well, I
head.
wish you would have known like how hard I worked out because I was like I worked out with Bubba and she kind of just like brushed it off.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife.
Yes.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, myself, Lummy, Brian the Babyface Petroni, who's here every Thursday. Resident, he's an attorney as well.
And a party animal and a travel
And a
consultant.
partner in a big long and a little boutique law firm. Hunter Law.
He doesn't handle murder cases.
He could though. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Brian, I know is personal injury.
He told me to call Kevin if I murdered anyone.
And Gina is family law. It's and Brian's also slip and fall, medical mal, that whole deal. That's what Brian specializes in. But I've had to use Brian outside of his lawyer scope, and he's pretty sharp. He's pretty damn good. Like Brian, I know that you're not a criminal attorney, but you could be one.
Yeah, I could be one, but I stay in my lane with that
I know you
stuff,
do, but you're pretty well versed on, like, for instance, I know a person, I'm not going to mention their name, but I know a person who you did some work for, and it was, I think it was like a partnership. You probably know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And this person who I think is I think you would agree is a pretty educated person, and they're smart. The client, the woman that hired you, she's pretty smart. She's pretty sharp.
She's sharp.
And she looked at your work, and then they sent it to their counsel or to the opposing counsel on the deal they were doing. And the opposing counsel told my friend, I don't know who drew this up or drafted this for you guys, but this is about as good a one as I've ever seen. And he really, really, really covered you. Like you're pretty covered up here, meaning like you're pretty well taken care of. And that was a document that you drew up. So I think that you're just a pretty damn good lawyer.
Well, thank you, buddy. I try.
Did you ever see Suits?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We've talked about this for 4 consecutive Thursdays. My wife watched it. I didn't.
Seth, I'm gonna look at you mean.
I mean, it is kind of funny by now, Bubba.
I think it's because you didn't talk about it yesterday, Bubba. You got through one show without talking about it.
Aren't you going to do a Suits podcast?
I asked him. He doesn't want to. I said, we'll bring back all the old characters, the show writers.
I'd love to, but...
Suit yourself.
Oh.
Well, they have a podcast coming out. I think we could probably get Bubba booked on
We're
it.
going to beat him to the punch, Lumi.
That's right.
Unbutton the Suits review show.
So anyway.
Have you ever watched Suits, Brian?
I know Meghan Markle's on it.
She looks,
and I know Jay doesn't think she's too hot.
She's hot as hell.
What about Harvey Keitel? You kind of remind me of him.
It's not Harvey Keitel. It's
Spectre.
Harvey Spectre.
Oh, that's right.
And Brian is more towards the Lewis Lit kind of character.
And that's the guy that's like balding and kind of obnoxious.
No, you're kind of like Mike Ross. That's who you're kind of like.
Brian, I'll tell you what.
Mike Ross is arguably the star of the show, and he is so smart that he graduated, that he passed the bar with never going to law school. That's how smart he is. Now, Brian, if that would ever happen to a person that was so well read, and they didn't go to a college, law school, and they passed the bar, would that be pretty impressive?
Yeah, you can do it in California with certain degrees, and then that just changes what your score has to be. But it is possible to become a lawyer in California without having gone to law school.
And he aced the bar. Like, he aced the bar. And so anyway, it's like I
Brian, just give me 3 hours of your time, 3 episodes, and just let me know what you think.
No,
okay?
I'm not. Seth,
3 hours.
Seth, you're running way too loose right now.
Am I? Sorry.
I think that workout I gave you yesterday, you're getting a little bit full of yourself. You need to settle down.
Well,
a little
all I
bit.
need is a hot bod, and then I'll be unstoppable.
True. So anyway, let's close out Brian's Vegas deal, and then I have to address an honest situation. I've upset her tremendously, and I owe her an apology.
Wow, she was on the other foot finally.
And then we have some packages from John Costica, and then I got another package from somebody else I got to open up.
I got that little package still from Monday or Tuesday.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just to both of us. We didn't open it.
All right, we'll do that too. And then I got to. I'm going to get into
Suits.
No, I'm going to get into. I got a little Caitlin Clark stuff to talk about today.
That's good stuff, man.
I got a guy, Brian. Before the show, I got to get to this, and that is the Janessa Brazil drama.
Oh yeah,
that I got going on. Now, here's the deal, Brian. I might need your legal opinion. And I don't want you to think that like I've been in radio. I've been in radio and kind of a public figure, polarizing figure, a figure that people can hate. And for nearly 40 years, I've been I started radio in 1986, and I really started running. Yeah, I was only a good guy for like a year, 86 to 87. But at the start, like September of 1988. Is when I kind of turned heel. Yes. September of 1988, Lummy, is when people could start hating me. Because before September of 88, it was just,
Rocket Bubba Clam?
103 PFR, Rocket Bubba Clam. Don't forget the Indiana State home game tomorrow at 12:15 as they take on the Illinois State Ass Buckets. This is the brand new one from Martika, Toy Soldier on 103 PFR. Something like that. That's how I was until September of 88, and that's when I turned into a shock jock. That's when I started answering phone calls, and like kids would call up, and I'd be like, "Listen, little Johnny, how old are you?" 12. Johnny, how old's your mom? She's 32. Fantastic. Listen, either you put her on the phone, or you get off the phone. I don't talk to little fetuses. 18 and only. Since your mom's not available. See you later, you little bastard.
Go up to your mom and rub the phone on her chia.
Yeah. It's No Panties Thursday, Bubba the Love Sponge. Listen, for you ladies over 18 that say you're driving around, you got a cell phone, call me up and take that phone and bury it, if you know what I'm saying. I wasn't, trying. That's all I could say is say bury it. And I was able to go tell management, like, listen, what does bury it mean? Like, if I said bury it and then something else, like where you should bury it, I could see where I could be in trouble, but what's burying it?
Did you invent the rub it against the phone?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And so
I adopted that throughout my radio career.
So And then I got to be where I could tell if they were just rubbing it against material or actual pubes. I really got that good where I could tell. You could tell material versus pubes.
I agree.
So in September of '88, I started the shock jock trail that I'm still on, now. And people can hate me. What were we talking about here just momentarily? There was
you.
something. No, I was
about burying it.
The Janessa. Well, you're talking about the Janessa.
I needed my help with something.
So hold on. So Janessa Brazil, obviously is a friend of mine. I've known her since '06. She was on the show with her when she was married to a guy named Jimmy, and when she was a star, JanessaBrazil.com, and she went on Howard Stern's show. And her and I and Heather and Jimmy were friends until I got divorced in '11. And then I remained friends with her. Then her and Jimmy got a divorce, and we remained close. And then at one time, she was my roommate for like 6 months, and she was a co-host on the show for about the same amount of time. And then she moved back to New York because her mom's health was failing, and I think she had a dude up there or something. So that's pretty much that's my Janessa Brazil all-in story. I mean, I've probably left out a few details here and there, but, that's it.
You guys played 180 Day Fiance.
What a dick.
We probably played some stuff, and that wasn't one of them. Woo! So, anyway, these people, she is one of the most catfished people in the world. Like, these... African, what's
Nigerian scammers?
Yeah, like there's like, you wouldn't believe. And when I lived with her, it was a constant, nonstop. Like these guys would get a hold of her and be like, get actually a hold of actual her, because she'd be in her room and she's like, I got like 5 of these guys who got catfished, that are trying to like say that I owe them this money, and she wasn't doing it. Like it wasn't her. The money that these people were spending thinking that they were talking to her wasn't her. There are these scammers, these Nigerian scammers that were using her and be like, there's these various stories. She needs to get out of prison. That there's one story that I got her pregnant. And then I'm abusive and she's trying to leave Tampa. Oh yeah, there's all these kind of scams from all these kind of guys, these stupid dudes that have donated, hundreds of thousands of dollars to who they think is Janessa Brazil. And it's really some dude, that looks like Seth in South Africa that's at an internet cafe and has, 215 pieces of pictures of Janessa. In every way, these scammers even use Lummy. There's a few times that she had a Bubba Army, like she's a Bubba Army phone cover one time that she took a picture. Then she took several pictures at the Clem Gym, and then there's a couple pictures of her wearing like a Bubba Army tank top. They've taken those and see that like this is who she's with. Like it's just crazy.
I'm going to start my own Janessa Brazil catfish page.
What's that?
Said I'm going to start my own Janessa Brazil catfish page. I could use the extra cash.
Yeah, I'll give you some. Hold on, I'll give you some videos. And you know what? Hold on. If you can't join them, if you can't beat them, join them.
That's what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying,
it's a lucrative market.
I do have some pretty, stuff that nobody else has.
I know.
And so we're like, hey, listen, it's Janessa. I'm in Ganya. I need $300 to get out of this prison. Bubba beats me. We have a child together.
If you put in tiny letters somewhere parody, then you're not breaking any rules.
Right.
We're just a parody account.
In fact, we make a parody song.
Yeah.
Bubba and Janessa are together and they got a baby. Like whatever.
Who needs dark match?
No.
Are you sure you want that after the last email you got?
Now hold on. No, I don't. Let me tell you something right now. I do not want any of this. Because wait till you hear what I got yesterday. And I haven't participated in any of this. I have not participated in any of this.
Are you scared?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but Red, if we were to do it, man, I mean, we could really make a
living.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
So this dude reaches out to me and he threatens to kill me. Like, I'm talking like more of a threat than Kenneth Kimberlin, more of a threat than the Brandon Powers guy. Isn't it amazing? Since you worked with me, there's been 2 people that have threatened my life. I mean, we've had we've had two
Kenneth,
people.
Crackhead Calvin.
Crackhead Calvin and
Kenneth Kimberlin.
And Kenneth Kimberlin showed up.
They both did.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. They always say for however many verbalize that they want to do it, there's probably another 10,000 that secretly want to do it.
Well, I got to get into that. I got to get into. Isn't there a big speaker in the House high spot going on right now? And isn't there a big Homeland Security impeachment? But they won't impeach him. He's an ass bucket. He needs to go, but nobody's going to let him go. Isn't there that going on too?
Yeah,
sort of.
Right. And then you got the Peeping Tom. That's our.
I got the Peeping Tom gimmick. I got to apologize to Anna. I got to let me find out where I'm going for a food review, and then John Kostika sent me and Rhett some packages. We got to open up those.
We're jam-packed this morning.
And I got to close out Vegas right now. So we're going to close out Vegas. Friday night, you guys go where?
Friday night, we end up, we got a dinner. So first we go to Cosmo. There's really cool. Cosmo has like 3 speakeasies in it. They're like hidden bars inside of stores that they have. So I think it was inside one of the, they have a vinyl shop. If you go to the back wall and push it open, there's a speakeasy called Ghost Donkey back there.
Now, how do you know all this stuff?
You just got to research it, man.
Okay. So you go into this. So now, when you go into a K5 or a hidden speakeasy, so to speak, like is it like there's only like 18 or 19 people there? Or
they're smaller. It's a smaller bar area, yeah. So this had like high-end tequilas and mezcal drinks. It's all tequila and mezcal.
Were you guys the only ones in there?
No, there was probably like 30, 40 people in there, but it's a small area.
Right.
So we end up having some drinks there. Then we go to STK for dinner. Have a good dinner there. Then after that, we kind of went out on the strip a little bit. Did
you go down to Old Vegas and Fremont Street?
No, didn't make it there.
That is such a freak show.
So,
oh my God, the freaks that are out there.
So we end up. It's like
Brian's trying to filter out stuff right
1
now.
1 a.m. and we end up. So
Seth, we missed completely from 11 to 1. We completely got.
We
cut
don't know
out.
what the hell was happening out there.
Something happened from 11 to 1. We're now going to 1 o'clock.
Yeah. So Asher goes, let's go to a strip club. So the driver takes us to this place called Centerfolds, which was awful. I mean,
but some of the awful ones are the best ones.
Not this one. So I'm exhausted at this point. We've been up for 24 hours. I'm pretty tired.
And you come and listen. Here's the thing. You reside from Tampa, Florida, where this is almost like this is like almost the headquarters of all strip joints. So like some people live in towns that don't have these sort of things. Meanwhile, you live in a town that has probably more strip clubs than per capita than anybody in America.
Yeah.
So a strip club to you is not as much of a cool thing as it is to a guy that lives in a town that doesn't have strip clubs.
Right? Exactly.
Strip club, snip club for you.
What made this strip club bad? What makes it a bad strip club?
It was empty.
Oh.
It was empty.
Oh, yeah.
The girls were mediocre at best. The DJ was not very good.
Atmosphere no good?
They had no atmosphere. And it was late, and I was tired, and I just wasn't feeling it. So
this is where your credit card was?
This is where my credit card got compromised. Yeah.
oh man, I didn't know about that. What happened?
Yeah, we get in. So not only that, it's $50 cover to get in.
What? What?
So Asher covers that, and then I get in. I'm like, well, I'll get the first round of drinks to make up for it. 3 cocktails, 3 bottles of water after tip cost me $160.
Shut up!
Swear to God,
I want to just punch you.
And so that's when I gave him my Amex. Like 2 days later, it was compromised. That was the only time I had taken it out and let go.
All right, so compromise meaning that somebody tried to
steal the number and everything,
but it didn't go through.
It didn't go through. So,
man, 3 drinks. You said 3 drinks?
3 cocktails, 3 bottles of water?
Yeah. And tip, $160.
That would have instantaneously put me in a crappy mood.
Oh,
is that a $10 bottle of water?
It was like a $20 bottle of water. I don't even know.
Wow.
And you know why? Because they ain't got nobody there, so they got to gouge the 10 people that day to go there.
That's why you do drugs before you walk in.
Then I was done at that point. So I actually...
If you do drugs, you're not even walking into that piece of crap place.
If you are, you don't need a drink.
I was just shooing the strippers away. I was just like, go away. I'm like, I'm trying to rest.
Like, you disgust me, bitch.
I'm like, just go away. And so, the other two guys...
I mean, the bar's not doing the strippers any justice because the guy, by the time a girl walks up and asks, wants to see if he's already $1.50 down. He's like, man, get out of here, bitch. I ain't got no money.
Yeah.
I already got bent over by your management.
So we end up leaving there probably around 3.
So you stayed 2 hours.
Yeah, well, not by my choice,
right.
but
was Asher just getting lap dance after lap dance in the corner?
Oh yeah, lap dance. Asher was going. Yeah. He had his shirt tied around his head, and he had his chest. He's already got a pretty damn good body, so he's just going crazy.
Yeah, he's going nuts. And so we end up at that point go back to the room. Then Saturday comes around. We just went down to the pool again a little bit.
Any breakfast?
Got some lunch. Breakfast was at the pool. Lunch at the pool, essentially.
Oh, okay. Lunch at the pool.
Yeah, because we slept in till probably about 9, 10.
Right.
And started
which is like
moving.
noon or 1 your time.
Yeah.
Right.
So went
so
down
you go
to
down
the
to the pool, get the lunch. What's the pool like? Any haps? Any good looking chicks?
There was a couple there, and they were talking us up, and we got into a conversation, but nothing more than
with
that.
babes.
Hi, my name's Betty. I'm a single mom from Iowa, and these are my
close,
3
Idaho.
These are my 3. These are my 3 knitting buddies that are with me here. One's named Sheila, the other one's Madge, and the other one's Tiffany. And, we're just out here on a girls' night, out here in Vegas on girls' weekend,
We'd love to hang out with a couple of twinks.
So, you guys want to, whatever. We got husbands and kids, too, back at the place.
Were they babes, babyface?
They were okay.
Were they moms? I mean, like, were they, again?
Trying to remember.
Were they Idaho housewives?
One of them had kid.
Were they Idaho housewives running wild?
Yeah. They were.
How old?
They were Idaho housewives
running wild. So they're like, listen, they are the epitome of some girls that are in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, they were there for the Christina Aguilera concert or some crap.
Like 30s?
40s probably.
30s and into the 40s.
Yes. and they're all
with such disgust.
And they're all married. They're all married, and they would love to get boned by a guy that they never have to see again.
Or are they single?
Nah, I know. I think maybe I'm a little more. I mean,
Brian, did you leave your wedding band in the hotel room?
No, I had it on.
Brian,
the entire time.
what was the relationship status of said Idaho bitches?
One was married, one was dating, and one was single.
There you go.
Huh. Nice blend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all of
and
that.
The single one had the kid.
Right.
It's always like that.
All right. So you guys. Now, is that who you predominantly hang out with on Saturday?
No, because we're going to the fight. So.
I know, but you're still going to probably be poolside like noon to 3.
Well, I mean, it was just like it was a proximity thing. They were in the loungers in front of us.
Did you guys have any conversations with them?
Well, they heard us talking.
Oh,
this is such ridiculous. So they overheard our conversation
about what?
I asked Asher what his favorite fruit was. Because he ordered a fruit platter by the pool.
They had been looking for a group of gay guys all weekend.
They were looking for some betas all weekend long.
To go to the Christina Aguilera concert with.
We just hit the beta jackpot here. These rugged guys aren't talking about the draft that's coming up. They're talking about what's your favorite fruit. Give me a break. These are it. These beta boys might actually want to go to Christina Aguilera with us. We might tell them we have extra tickets and they'll buy the drinks all night long. These beta bitches.
Yeah.
If we tell them that our favorite fruit's banana and we give them a demonstration, we got them hooked.
What did you? What did he tell you, Brian? What's his favorite fruit?
His favorite fruit. He actually ridiculously likes. What was it that he said? And I said I hate the seeds in it. And he blueberries and blackberries or something like that. And I was like, those are awful favorite fruits.
Right.
It's like, first of all, the only right answer is strawberry.
And hold on.
Strawberry is the best fruit.
But hold on.
Have the women into the conversation.
Hold on. Here are like I'm trying to say, the Idaho housewives are hearing this.
Yeah.
And they have heard men talk all day, and these are the only men that are talking about favorite fruits.
It's the only guys talking about not wanting to bang girls at the pool.
Right. So they're like, hey, these guys are safe. Let's talk
Nobody
to them.
wanted to bang these girls at the pool.
Let's talk to them. Now, were any of the 3 cute?
They had cute faces.
Yeah,
you could tell
big
that
body
maybe
shamer,
childbearing hips, big asses.
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 years ago, if we had met them, they were probably Coeur d'Alene, Idaho 6s.
Oh God,
no 7s.
All right, so you wrap up your pool deal. I'm assuming you go back to your room to get ready to go
showered,
down
go to the UFC.
You guys, okay? We're all going to meet at such and such at whatever time for UFC 300.
Yep. So then this fight happens, which is just so the card's amazing. Our spread's awesome.
Hold on, you go to your table. It's like a VIP deal.
Gets called out. Hey, babyface, what's up?
Yeah, it gets called out. The fights were amazing.
The
Correct.
food was amazing. Chateaubriand, stone crab claws, giant jumbo prawns, tuna tartare.
Brought to you, or is it like a buffet?
All brought to us.
Wow.
All brought to us. All we could drink. We probably had 20 drinks each over the course of this 8 hours that we were there. It was just a great time.
Good service,
amazing.
Great
Victoria
time,
was awesome.
Great value for what you've spent for it.
I mean, insane. And it cost me $1,500 for the table and all the food, all the drink, all in.
And then,
insane.
Now this was what? This was not the fight I'm going to show.
This is the third to last fight,
right? And this goes clear to the crazy thing about this is this goes clear to the third round. I'm to the fifth round. This was a championship. Because I think, it's a championship.
This is for the BMF title, which is the belt that they made because they had so many champions that were injured.
What's BMF?
Bad mother effer.
All right.
So
now what's the weight on this usually?
So I think they were fighting at 145 here.
Okay.
So Max Holloway is the guy, the darker skinned guy. He's from Hawaii.
Right here.
No, the darker. I don't see color.
The
I just went by the who was on top of the guy. So
that's Max Holloway.
Right here. The tatted up guy's Max Holloway.
Yeah, he's winning the fight. He's won the fight at this point.
Like it hands down.
It's the fifth round. There's no doubt about it. If it goes to a decision, he wins. Instead of just taking the win, he points to the middle of the ring and tells Justin Gaethje, "Let's do this." And they go toe-to-toe for the final 10 seconds of the fight after they fought for grueling 25 minutes.
So hold on. Let me see if I get this down. So there's 9 seconds left in this entire fight.
Yep.
And Holloway, the guy right here in the tattoos, he has dominated this guy all fight long.
Yep.
All this guy has to do here is just not get caught.
Just run away for the last 9 seconds you won.
Yeah, whatever. And so instead, like a real cocky son of a bitch, he says, meet me in the middle of the ring and we'll do one last Rocky-like blow, for the deal. Meanwhile, Holloway's ahead on points. He's going to win. It's locked in. Bob, all he has to, realistically is all he has to do is not what he did.
Well, but it works out for him.
Yeah, just watch it.
It works out.
I thought.
No, just watch it.
Mortality. Look at this. Holloway just told him, stand right here. Oh, big connection late.
1 second left.
Oh, now see.
My God.
Hold on. Hold on.
You see everybody ringside? That was everybody's reaction in the entire arena.
I misinterpreted it because I thought it was completely opposite of this.
That's why you just got to watch it.
Where Holloway was clearly winning, and all he had to do was stay away. And when they met in the middle, this guy caught him and beat him. That would have been more of a surprise, would it not?
Yeah, it would have been, but this was still pretty amazing.
This is just being a real swagger, arrogant dick.
Well, the title was BMF, yeah.
He was being a BMF there.
Oh, some mortality. Look at this. Holloway just told him, stand right here.
I mean, slept him.
Unreal.
Slept him.
Look at the guy in the blue.
Everybody was losing their mind. Asher is grabbing my arm, like pulling on my shirt, going nuts.
Best fight in years.
I mean, watching Rogan, Anik, and Cormier's reaction as well was insane. I mean, it was the place. But the problem with that was it was like nothing else could top it after that, right?
Sure.
So the next fight was really good, but it was two Chinese chicks, so the crowd's already not. They're going to be it was a great fight. Didn't get any pop, but then Alex Pereira, short left uppercut, KO'd Jamal Hill, which was pretty cool.
Trainer Clem and his student. Look. So anyway, this will be available, I think, up tomorrow. Bubba and Seth trained in the new Clem gym. Rhett's going to tag this all up, and it'll be available tomorrow. It's 47 minutes long.
What the hell, man? No edits?
But hold on.
Jeez.
No, we did edit it. I let the merch crick do it, but I probably would have made it far less. But
You got the whoosh edits in there.
So here's the deal. I was just going to go and I was going to play a little bit of this today, but I was thinking I just went through and found if like whatever screenshot I stopped on was funny. So like I think just based on just the screenshots alone, you're not going to want to miss this video that comes up tomorrow. Here's an example of a screenshot. That's Seth doing abs and me coaching him through it. I'm just going to straight screenshots. There's me doing my calves and Seth doing legs. There is Seth, look at the pain. Look at the pain in your face.
Yeah.
No pain, no gain.
Look at Seth looking like he's like, what have I gotten myself into?
Oh,
there's Seth getting ready to get on some type of machine.
This whole thing is horrible.
There's Seth. Look at him. He's just.
I love the bluey shirt.
There's a little Smith machine action. There's me showing Seth how to do. Look at Seth. Seth, look at his hands on his hips, clearly distraught.
You guys doing box jumps there? What are you doing?
Yeah. What's that?
Box jumps?
Yeah, box jumps. Yes.
Couple guys working out barefoot.
Yeah. Oh, that's the only way I do work. You got to work out.
You got to get ringworm. It's the only way I do gyms.
I didn't think about that.
No, the
Now you
mats
freaked him out.
The mats are genuinely clean. Stop with that nonsense. Stop trying to get heat on my gym. My gym kicks ass. Stop it. I don't even want to hear about it. I'm proud of my gym. I mop my gym. My gym is clean.
It's a great gym. Thank you.
And Seth, I mean, listen, just for, it's not as big as my other one, and things are a little more constrained, but just for two people, like you have more than enough room. 4 people could work out and have more than enough room.
Oh, there's plenty of room in there. That's a great gym. That's better than 99% of the world has right there.
Right. So that will be available tomorrow. Before I go into words, I got a call from Anna yesterday, and I actually said, "Whoa, I'm getting a call from Anna." Like, Anna and I don't have a relationship where we talk on the phone.
No, and I don't think I've ever called you unless you've requested that I do that or you've called me.
Right.
And I know better I usually don't call you because I know it would upset you or piss you off.
Well, I don't talk to anybody.
I understand.
I don't like talking on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But
I felt this warranted a phone call. Yeah.
You are upset. And I could tell you're upset.
I was very concerned.
And were you satisfied with my response?
Yeah.
I mean, because I didn't.
It was quick. It was about a 50-second phone call.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, Seth, towards the end of the Skigmentation, Operation Pigmentation, the podcast you do with the 2 African American gentlemen.
Yes.
Carl, Larry, Lawrence, Carl, and or Rio. How about that? I got Rio's name right.
Finally.
Rio and Carl, who own Latin Sons Barbershop on the South Side, 2 African-American guys, and they come in here with Seth, and they have a podcast that's exclusive to our little podcasting world called Operation Pigmentation. And they are the coolest 2 dudes. Like, they don't even care about what color you are, what color they are. They just spit it out. Just like some of the best conversation you can get in life is at a barbershop. Because usually it's 90% men. And men that come in all different shapes and sizes. And usually the barbers, you think about it, they just sit there and cut hair all day and shoot the crap with people, right?
Yeah.
So they got a general idea as to what's happening in the neighborhood, what's happening on politics, what's happening in sports. They got a general kind of an overview of life every day as they interact with their customers. Well, Seth started going to their predominantly African-American barbershop, 10 years ago?
I mean,
16,
probably 15 or so.
And how did you find out about it?
It was
we went over this.
The Obama cookie thing.
Yeah, with Danielle and
I sent Danielle down there when I worked at 97X because one of the neighbors of the barbershop had an Obama cookie, so I sent her down there to try to figure out what it was and interview him. And then he wasn't there, and then the barbershop guy saw Danielle, and then she ended up interviewing them for content and said that I should go down there because I would like them. So I went down there and been going ever since.
Yeah. So now they've turned that into a podcast. It does very well. And so Anna, they did a podcast last week. And then Anna came in here
Tuesday, I thought.
The day after their podcast last week. And we must have forgot to switch out the microphones or whatever, the headphones. And Anna was clearly visually, she was upset that we did not change out the microphones. She's a little microphone aggressive. But that being said, she was not real happy that they had used her microphone. Which
for the record, when I sit in your seat, I change out your microphone, or you just take yours off. Nobody uses the same microphone around here.
Yeah, and that's, you know what?
So it's not just
and
a me
for
thing.
the record, that's a luxury that I provide.
Yes, and thank you very much. And Dan, because Dan did buy some of the mics around here.
He bought one or two. No,
he bought mine.
Dan bought some. But we have a lot of microphones, and we're not open. We're not a regular radio station where there's other people traipsing through here, like corporate America radio station. The morning show's there, and then they pile out of the studio, and the midday show comes in, and none of which do they bring their own microphones,
no.
or they all speak into the same community mic. And since I started my own building and my own studio facility dating back to 2005, have always had it where, for the most part, a person that's on the show has their own microphone. Occasionally, we may have a guest in here that uses your microphone, but usually not. Well, that happened to be the situation. For whatever reason, things didn't get changed out. And Anna, you were kind of a little bitch about it, because my position is, because of my generosity and buying, these microphones ain't cheap. These microphones are $600. And so I've bought enough microphones for everybody to have their own microphones. This was simply a glitch in the system. Well, you kind of, am I exaggerating when I say that she kind of was a little bitchy about it?
You want me to co-sign on that?
I mean, she wasn't. I could tell she wasn't happy at all.
She was upset about it.
I was annoyed. In full disclosure, and Seth and I are cool now, but I asked him to change it out the week prior, and he was super cool about it. Agreed to do it, did it, great. And then the following week, I didn't know that they were going to be in, and the microphone, I could tell someone had been sitting here, and I learned that they did a podcast, cool, and I asked him if he switched out the mic, and he said he didn't, and I was annoyed.
Okay.
But I again, when I sit in your seat, I take off your microphone.
But Goldilocks and the three mics over here.
But we're not, my situation's different. It's just that you have to, I took it as, I'm get over it. Because
and I did.
No, you were kind of a bitch about it. You really were. That's the way I felt. You were kind of a bitch about it. And so I let it go. You say you let it go. And
Seth and I are cool. He apologized for whatever. All right. We're good.
Yeah, I apologize for how I answered her.
It's all good.
We got to talking. I joined Operation Pigmentation towards the last part of the show last week. And we were talking about the fit that you threw because of.
Is that a bit?
We were talking
hyperbolic.
A bit of an exaggeration, perhaps.
Well, yes, we're in the exaggeration business.
All right, okay.
And you threw a little bit of a fit, and I said just irresponsibly and shouted out, "Anna's a racist."
Whoa!
Oh my God.
Whoa.
And see,
you insisted I was racist.
Wait, did you say that on the podcast?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I can play it for you right now if you want me to.
No, we don't have to.
Okay.
Because I know that I said it. And I know what I said, and I don't mean that. I was just showing out, and maybe
trying to show off for my black friends.
And maybe I take that term a little less offensive than you do.
Bubba, if someone called you I've never had to navigate an ambient-induced assassination of character before, so I was a little bit confused as I'm listening to this podcast going oh, this is awesome. And then all of a sudden, I think it was Craig you were trying to say something. He goes, yeah, she was being a germaphobe. And then you said, no, she was being a racist. And they're like, nah. And then you insisted that I was racist.
Oh, wow.
And I think if you
I was like, what the hell's
Sounds
going
like
on?
a good podcast.
And I think
Check it out.
if you revert back to your back to your setup where you've not really had to navigate through an ambient induced program director before. Well, yeah, I was jacked up on pills, and I don't think that you're a racist, and I apologize. Like I just don't want to apologize this on I want to apologize this on our open
and
syndicated
I truly
network.
appreciate that. So thank you.
And yesterday I apologized. I'm like, wow, did I really say that? And you're like, yeah.
Well, you denied it at first. And then I'm like, do you want me to play it for you? You're like, no, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
Poor Anna. The last couple podcasts she's gone and listened to, the one was the meeting that you had about her, Bubba, without her actually in the studio. Now she's listening to the racist stuff. I mean,
yeah, but hold on.
She's getting no entertainment value listening to our podcast we put out.
Just stress and grief.
I know who the thumbs downs are from.
Hold on now. Her and I, which probably is a little confusing to her, because when her and I did sit down and meet, I thought it was a great meeting.
It was.
I thought it was a great.
But leading up to that, it was slightly stressful for me.
It was. And then after the meeting, I'm like, okay, I
felt much better.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I squared things away with Seth. Like that day ended really well.
And then for me just to arbitrarily,
and then 4 days later,
shout that out. Enough for her. And so I want to, at this point, say that I know that you're not racist. I don't think I would have a racist person on my show. I think it's good for business. And
I've been in the room with Anna before at the Bone when she was called racist, and there's nothing you can do to defend yourself.
I mean, you know why I lost my last job, right? Like, again, it was assassination of character. So. Yeah, it's not good for a reputation.
It's something you can't really defend. It's like someone calls you racist. It's like, well, how do you prove
well,
you're
I
not?
would just say, like, I reject the premise,
Here's the
and
deal.
I'm not going to defend, dignify with a response.
When your boss,
You wash their feet. That's how you
when
show
your
you're not
boss
racist.
is Bubba the Love Sponge, and he's clearly inebriated, and he's not, there's no repercussions for what I said. It's
Wait, are you saying you were on Ambien while you were on the podcast?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Oh, please.
It was in the middle of the day.
I take it in the middle of the day sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I start winding it down. I got a
he
whole
wakes
other
up
deal.
at 3 a.m, Seth.
Have you seen some of the incoherent tweets? I mean,
Yeah,
very
come on,
clearly,
75 of them a day.
he's on something throughout the day.
Oh man, Bubba was trying to tweet Donald Trump. Hasn't been on Twitter in 4 years.
Thank you, Lummy. Thank you.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Good mood. And I'm going to have to say, as the host of that podcast, I do not agree with that at all. I don't agree with that assassination of character. And we will continue to assassinate characters of people that don't work here from here on out.
Good morning, Poopy Joes.
Oh, man.
So Dr. Van Boom Onion Maker.
What up, grouper? Oh, man. Man, I look fucking disgusting on that video.
I don't look any better, buddy.
Man.
Crazy Rich Fish. Thank you, Ray Harrison, on the Venmo. Ted Harrington, 30 months. Creaton Travis, 53 months.
What up, Storage Shed?
Hopefully he's here on tomorrow.
Said he was.
I try to get the guys that talk into the microphone. Look at better. What up, Bloomin' Onion? Damn, Seth ain't gonna acknowledge top chat. GS. What up, Travis? See you Friday. Tomorrow? Yeah.
Green Team Trav's gonna be there with the Ocala Farrah Fawcett?
No OFF.
No OFF?
Just him.
Why is he invited?
CBN gummies?
He's a pro.
I'm joking.
I don't think I've had some edibles removed. At least not in a while. Thanks, Gary. What up, Big Arms? I'm going to get the guys to talk into the mic more. They're very, very high, guys. Very high. You know?
No, Rudy, it's not. Venmo.
Very high.
Venmo and PayPal.
All right, I got you, Matt. I got you, man.
Lightning definitely have a chance against the Panthers. I'll answer for him.
Man, Berto, there's been some lost mail lately. There's been some real fucked up shit going on. I'm not even joking. A lot of my stuff getting sent to me, stuff I've been sending out. What up, Brenda? I don't know what's going on.
That's what happens once you're a part of the Bubba Army. People start fucking with you, man.
With your mail, though?
Yep.
I'd listen to Babyface. Babyface says they have a chance. They got a chance.
You don't think they do? I think they absolutely have a chance against the Panthers.
Oh, I would have rather gone against the Bruins.
I would have.
Yeah.
I would have, but I'll take the Panthers too. I think the Lightning, when they're on and their top two lines are playing, where Anthony Duclair has been such a breath of fresh air.
What up, Kabuki?
And has really fortified that second line for them. Because Tanner Jeannot just wasn't producing at the level that they needed him to.
You mean at the level that they gave the stuff they gave up for him?
Yeah.
And they re-signed him, didn't they, last year? He got his big deal.
I mean, $2 million deal. I mean, it's not.
Well, wasn't it like a 7-year deal? Wasn't one of those deals?
No. That you're thinking of Hagel. They got on that.
I just know they usually do like 7 years with guys they want around for a while.
Yeah.
What up, Brian?
They could definitely win. The Lightning in 7. I'll say it now. Florida's our little brothers. They've never beaten us in the playoffs. So that trend will continue.
Yeah, Jay Fish. I don't know what's happening, man. Thanks, Matt. No coffee, buddy. Pure natural energy.
Pure energy.
Pure energy.
You can feel it, Red Wave. I'm a racist. You can feel it.
What the fuck, man?
Look, man. It is what it is.
I mean, sure, there were no black guys on the trip with Brian, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like it. He went and saw Ludacris.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
In a public bathroom, or back in the classroom.
However you want.
Was it like a crowd of like 40s kind of?
No, it's Vegas, so it was a mix.
It was okay.
Yeah, it was a mix.
I just want to know if you could go, well, what's your fantasy, and feel comfortable doing that in front of people.
I wanna lift you from your head to your toes.
I want to get you to the 50-yard line for the 30 bucks kick for 3. Or get you to the DJ booth for VIP. I didn't know there were that many places to fuck.
You're doing hoe activities with hoe tendencies. Hoes are your friends. And hoes are your enemies. With hoe energy to do what you do.
Oh yeah, he was at the pier. He was at the pier, I think, in December or January.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
maybe going to close out Vegas with Brian, but I'm assuming watch the fights, probably went out Saturday night,
Saw
different clubs,
Ludacris.
saw Ludacris, then recouped all day Sunday at the pool or whatever. Maybe a little. Did you do much gambling at all?
Sunday was some brunch, and then I had dinner at Hell's Kitchen, which was nice. And then we went to a Irish pub, and then ended up at a piano bar where I get in there. So this is the last story I'll share, I guess. I get in there with our buddies. Two of them leave. They're like, we're going to bed. And then so it's just me and Kevin now. And this probably almost 60-year-old woman comes up to me, a little largesse.
Hell yeah.
And she goes, her husband's right next to her, and she goes, "You want to dance?"
Oh, hell yeah!
And I go, "No, thanks. I'm good." And she immediately turns on me. She's like, "Is it because I'm old and fat?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna say that." It was a little weird. And I go, "No, but my buddy Kevin loves to dance." And then Kevin went right over and started dancing with her. So,
Oh, God bless him.
God
Wow.
bless him.
So that's a final deal.
Was that
there.
one of those where it's like a bang my wife situation?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Was she even?
No.
Like she was just totally disgusting.
She was wretched.
Wow.
And then a
Jesus.
nice,
Wretched women need to get banged too, Brian.
Yeah, not by me.
a nice peaceful flight home with probably a breeze through again.
Yeah.
And where and
But we were home by 9 p.m. Sorry, 8:30.
Where was the breeze through? The first
Gulfport
breeze through.
again.
Okay, Gulfport.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
like
yeah.
their main?
No, it's just Tampa to Gulfport to
Because
Vegas.
MGM kind of has a thing with them because the Gulfport
Is Gulfport
has
still
a casino.
Yeah,
with MGM.
that's been around for a long time.
Yeah,
the Beau Rivage.
Does it do well with all the casino competition now? Like back in the day, the Hard Rock wasn't around, and like when we would for Breezy and those guys, a lot of times instead of going to, you had like two options: Atlantic City or Vegas. Back in the day, well then Biloxi became kind of the third. Option, and then statewide everything. There's really nothing that you probably can't get at the Hard Rock that you can get in Vegas.
Free drinks.
Good odds, free drinks,
Well,
loose
no.
slots,
Hold on.
loose women.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about the type. If you want to play roulette, it used to be all the state casinos here in Florida. They usually didn't have craps, and they didn't have roulette, and they didn't have gaming, sportsbook. So if you wanted to play poker, slot machines, blackjack, that's what they had. Well, just recently they opened that up to now we have sports gaming, now we have roulette, now we have craps. So I think game wise. Locally in Florida, game-wise, not
you can play everything.
Not odds-wise, not that they don't give you a free drink-wise, but just what you can play-wise, you can get it all here.
Well,
but
Bubba,
Vegas just has a certain different feel about it. I think they really loosen the odds a little bit in Vegas, and you might have an opportunity to win more in Vegas.
Big E7375, $50. Yeah,
definitely
plus
on the
cheaper
slots.
games.
Definitely
cheaper
on the
games.
slots. Yeah, you can find different limits. You have more selection. There's more competition. Do you know when the Hard Rock started in Tampa, Bubba, that they had to on each slot? So it was just slot machines
Bingo
and
machines.
bingo.
Yeah.
But the slot machines weren't even real slot machines. They had a game of bingo that got played with each roll of the slot machine, and that was the only way you could play a slot machine. There was actually a bingo game that had a slot machine tied to it.
You're kidding me.
No, swear to God.
That's how much they had it choked down.
Yeah.
Well, now I think you would agree it's wide open. It's wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Lummy and Babyface are dressed like they will be meeting for champagne coolies after the show today.
What's wrong with that?
Well, Lummy, you do? Is that one of my stepfather's old?
Sure is.
Oh, no.
Mount Pozera.
Rest in peace.
And the shoes
Yes.
and possibly the shorts?
No, shorts are mine.
Oh,
It's one of the
and the
mandated
underwear.
outfits.
Now hold on. Are you why so dressed up today, buddy? Are
It's
you going?
Babyface Thursday. Mike Thurman, who always gives money for Babyface's shirt, asked me to wear a nice shirt. He gave $50 for that. So
Philip Vinehouse, 20
Nice.
for specifically Lummy and Babyface. Boy, that's a very
I
very
picked the
popular
picket shirt.
It's a
Yeah.
very popular combination amongst the money givers today.
Yes.
The Lummy Babyface aspect. They love that.
I knew we needed a big
You don't see any
Thursday.
money coming in for me and Seth. You don't see any money coming in for Anna.
Well, actually, Biggie 7375 just said Heil Hummel and gave $50.
Hi-oh humble.
Yeah.
Let's open up. By the way, John Kostika
I'm done.
sent me the great John Kostika from Valparaiso. And if you grew up in Indiana anywhere, you're familiar with the US 30 drag strip. And all growing up in Indiana, I think it closed maybe in the late 80s or something like that. Do we just have
mine just completely went down and reset.
Mine's still working.
Did that take us off the air?
No, we're still on.
No, we're good. It's back on.
All right.
Damn.
Somebody might have to turn my ring light back on.
I can't see chat. Who's calling me fat now?
I can't see chat.
Everybody's
who's
fat.
calling me fat. Say it.
I can't see chat. Who's calling me fat?
And I'm gonna have a meltdown. I have meltdowns when you call me fat, and then when I can't see you calling me fat, I melt down there too.
It's gonna be tough to get through the show now.
Growing up in Indiana, man, there was this thing called the US 30 drag strip, and it was that real cheap. And you'd listen to the commercial and be like, "This Sunday at the US 30 drag strip, there are 500-mile funny cars and the jet cars. Be there." That kind of deal. Well, my boy John Kostika, who grew up in the same part of Indiana as I did, got me, and let me. I wear today. I got an old school Tim McCready shirt on. If you got a business or you're or race car stuff or stuff that I like, send it to me here at the studio, and I'll probably end up wearing it. Thank the great John Kostika. That's what he got me. A US 30 drag strip shirt. Thank you, John. I think he is P1. Is John Kostika P?
Yeah, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Famer.
I think he's P1.
He was the top.
I think he's P1.
He's John the Apostle, man.
He was
Come on.
number 1 last year.
He was number 1 last year. We should see where he totals up against Bubba Light. He might be close to.
I think
out of the water last year.
you gotta tear up against Hierarchy 65.
Oh, it's Hierarchy 65, the coup de grace now.
Yeah.
The king?
Yes, he is.
The king. Does Bubba Light know that he's not the king anymore?
I'm not sure if he does or not.
I'm not trying to cause I'm not trying to cause no
You
problems.
didn't tell him?
No, I'm not telling him. Hopefully he's not listening right now. Hopefully he's not listening right now. He's working at he's on his 96,000th day of cardio. So, Seth, what else did the great John Kostika? He sent a very, 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 very packed up and taped up box.
This isn't from John Kostika.
Oh, it's not?
No.
I have the small one,
you
Bubba.
Go. Oh, you got one? So
it says Lummy Bubba.
All right, so Seth, not you. Hold on for your pack.
Okay, all right.
Because I want to clear out the John.
Wait, so who sent you that shirt?
John Kostika.
Oh, okay. I thought we didn't open his package yet.
Hall of Famer John Kostika sent me my US 30 drag strip thing. Lummy is opening up his package from the great John Kostika, the steel slinging outlaw from Valparaiso, Indiana.
I don't know if it's from John Kostika now. It doesn't have a name. I don't know what this is. A skunk?
Lummy looks really confused.
Maybe that's not. Maybe the only one. Didn't John Kostika send you something, Seth?
No, he sent me cards last week, but this is from Filthy Draws.
What the hell?
Is it from what?
It's from Filthy Draws.
Oh,
you guys got a stuffed skunk.
Lummy, do you know? I don't think John Kostika sent you.
Hold it up.
No.
Does it have any paperwork with
no,
the
that's
skunk?
what I'm looking for. No. I'll find out.
What is the meaning of this?
Lummy, you look awful snazzy in that former my stepfather's.
Oh, thank you.
Now, are you wearing that because you want to? Or
yes, of course.
Okay.
Lummy looks like he got dressed up for AA today.
Because if he was going to Home Depot picking up plywood, he wouldn't be wearing that now, would he?
No way.
No.
The only place I could see him wearing that is AA.
Lummy, do you got an AA meeting today?
We're a golf course, Brian.
Or golf
course. No, I did it so we could raise some money on the shirt.
Are you going to play golf after the show today?
Yeah, I'm going to go hit
For
18.
real?
No.
No, he's going to AA.
Yeah, I'm
All
going
right, so what's your package consist of? A pet skunk?
Yeah, maybe it's for Bella. I'm not sure. I'll find out. There's no name on it, though.
All right, well, start investigating.
I
Okay,
will.
thank you. Now, Seth, your package is from Little Purple Drawers?
No, it's from Filthy Draws.
Filthy Draws?
Yeah, I don't want to put out his. I want to put out his real stuff on the radio.
So screen name is Filthy Drawers.
Yeah, I don't think he's in chat. He's just on Twitter.
Oh, okay, he's a Twitter guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we got Rumble, we got YouTube, we got Twitter, we got Twitch, we got Facebook, we got locals. Those are all the visual aspects of being able to watch the show. And then, of course, Bubba Army HQ, tune in, Florida Man Radio, 103.1 out of Orlando, 820 out of Tampa, 103.1 out of Fort Walton Beach. What? I don't even know the frequencies of Phoenix. Oh, Lummy, tell Lynn, I got to tell you something that starts. Well, let me. Our stop set. Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
We're going down to 520.
Yeah.
Starting on Monday.
Yeah, I told him already.
I don't even know if Seth and Anna knew that or not.
I do now.
She's barely gonna have enough time to go pee.
Yeah. More of us and less commercials. So, Seth, what did you get from little drawers, little dirty drawers?
There's some filthy drawers in Memphis, Tennessee, and he heard me mention that I liked the Memphis Grizzlies on a podcast one time, that I like John Morant, and so he got me
a gun.
What the?
Jaw ones.
No way.
That was good, Brian.
Thanks.
Are those pretty? Are they pretty?
These are.
Are they like expensive, really cool shoes?
Yeah. Yeah, I always wanted a pair, but
are they like a set of Yeezys or something?
I mean, they are to me because I love John Morant. So he just sent me like 7 different kinds. He goes, pick out whatever color you want. And he's like, I want to order these for you. So
wow.
That's
very
nice.
Yeah.
Generous.
And who's that from?
It's from Filthy Draws in Memphis, Tennessee, baby.
All right. And then I got another package, a local package, and it's from a guy named David. And he said, I'm a fan of the show. I listen on Rumble. Well, hello, David. My mom and stepfather's home business. It's the best synthetic oil for the money. I guess it's the best synthetic oil for many reasons. Maybe the Money Cube wheel or anything else that needs to be lubed. And it's this synthetic oil with a little applicator. I mean, it literally looks like it is a home batch, like it's a homemade deal.
Oh, nice.
And we will put that on. We will use that as the lubricant for the prize wheel.
How does somebody go about making their own homemade
Creeds and
oils?
Travis, $100 on the Venmo.
Oh my God! Best of the day.
We're back, baby.
We're back.
I don't have to sell these shoes now.
Lummy Hierarchy 65. Hold on.
Oh, nice.
Wanted to throw out his big purple-headed penis and say, I am the king. 250 on the PayPal. Love you, Hierarchy.
Thank you, guys.
Man, I just bring in the money.
Hall of Famer Hierarchy 65.
I mean, Bubba, this
PayPal, Venmo at the Bubba Army. What?
Bubba, I mean, it hasn't been like this,
Mondays or
plentiful
Tuesdays.
all week combined. And I
think it's Brian.
I mean, that's the only thing that's different.
Move the needle, baby.
That's the only.
That's the only thing I can.
That's
pinpoint.
the only secret sauce that's different.
Are you free other days a week, Brian?
No, it's not.
No, but I'm inexpensive. Hey-o.
Oh, Jesus.
So Brian, now I do need your legal. I don't really, honest to God, I don't need.
Okay, no shtick. Let me put on my serious face.
I'm being for real here. Okay.
Like I'm calling for a free consultation, Brian.
and I want you don't. This might be something that might be concerning, and I don't want you to shtick this. I want you to know that I don't come to you about a lot of things, with regards to legal issues very often. But when I do, you always shoot me very straight. It's never any shtick. As soon as we leave the studios, we're not, we don't screw with each other. We have a really good understanding. We're good. I think we have a pretty good friendship.
Absolutely.
And so this guy here has reached out to me now for quite some time, and he insists that I am with Janessa and she's having my baby.
Yeah, I'm genuinely scared for you based on what I've heard so far.
So he sent to me. He goes, I sent three. This was Wednesday of last week. I sent $300,000 to Janessa, you dildo, and you know it. She promised me $3 million. By the way, this is on my Facebook Messenger. I could block this guy, but I would rather see what he I see what he wants to say.
Well, you got to get a protective order against.
She
him.
promised me $3 million for getting her out of that crap hole prison in is it Ghana? It's
Ghana.
In Ghana. So if it's not someone I sent it to, Janessa. Okay. I know that she's pregnant and living with you. She told me She told me people were showing up at your house. So like, I don't know about that. I mean, like, if you're talking to her, then why are you talking to me? If this guy says she told me that people have been showing up at your house, well, then why are you talking to me? You said you talked to her. So leave me alone.
Yeah, but she's obviously blaming you for something as to the reason why she can't be with him.
Oh, okay.
It's my guess.
He says, "Do you want to talk and get together about this?" I didn't interrupt. I still have not responded to this guy. In fact, our automatic response for it says, if you'd like to speak to Bubba, call 813-902-8222. We also visit us online at BubbaArmyHQ.com. So he's getting an automatic response with every one of these. So he goes, "Do you want to get together and talk about it in person?" I finally answered him and said, "No, I'm not interested in meeting you at all." He said, "Well, that's not what she said. And until I get my $3 million, you're going to meet me." Then he sent up, somebody has put together this Todd Allen Clem Facebook. Lummy, maybe you can look it up and send me a copy of it. But somebody has put together this Facebook that says Todd Allen Clem.
This thing runs deep.
And it's got, it does. It does. That's why I really don't want anybody being funny about it. I want you to be concerned and let me know what you think we should do.
The profile picture is Tony Stewart.
I know. So he said,
my best bud.
This guy.
I sent it to you.
This guy. Okay. So
Can I add friend?
Oh yeah. I mean,
where's this guy located, Bubba?
I studied at the University of Tampa.
Oh Jesus!
All right. So hold on. Now.
He's married.
Here's Todd Allen Clem.
That looks right. Are you sure you didn't make this one night when you were high, Bubba?
And
after you call me racist.
and so that's all the pictures. It's Tony Stewart with me shaving my beard.
Looks about right.
Bubba, if you scroll down, you can see a fake Janessa Brazil.
Where?
It goes Janessa
right here?
Brazil. Well, there's that, and then there's one up on the second row.
Right here?
Right next to that one on the right. Yeah, Janessa Brazilians. 340 friends.
By the way, just to let you know.
Oh.
That first picture that came up,
you took.
Well, I'm not saying that, but it is from
the house in Odessa.
It is
from my house.
It is from the house in Odessa.
I recognize these.
Yeah, the wood floors.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever. So there's all these fake sites with her, and this guy's all just absolutely.
And look at these guys that are friends with her. These two guys are on their deathbed. Wayne Land, and then Wayne.
Hey, wait, they're good guys. Those look like P1s.
and again, some of these pictures were taken, with me or at my place or whatever. That doesn't really matter. I mean, whatever. So. Now, don't forget, this isn't my Facebook. This guy thinks that this is my Facebook. And he says...
It is your face.
He says, "Is this your profile?" I said, "Since you know what Janessa said, then why don't you just talk directly to her and keep me out of it?" I said...
have you told this guy he's being scammed?
Yeah, yes, I have. Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear that.
I said,
no, you can't tell these guys anything.
When they're horny.
And I said, listen, just continue to reach out to her and leave me alone. I'm not a jealous dude that cares either way. Just leave me alone. He goes, "I'm not jealous either, dickhead. But be careful." Now, Brian, here's where I start getting a little concerned. But be careful, because you might become a dead guy. I'll see you in less than 30 days. I sent your girlfriend $300,000, you dumb C-word. She promised me $3 million in return, you effing C. I'm coming to your house with all the information, and I'm bringing the bank representative with me so that he can have an indictment, and you're now going to be in jail, you fat mother effer.
Well, this guy clearly seems to know how this works out. The bank guy comes with the indictment.
Exactly.
So you're in trouble
after
here,
he kills you.
Hold on now. And then he goes, "I think you honestly know how much money she's taking from these people and the lies that she's saying, and that you're in on it." I go, "Whatever issue you have with her doesn't involve me. I've never received $1. I actually have a job." He goes, "Well, is that the girlfriend that you talk about?" "I have a job too, a-hole. And if she's living with you, I'm bringing the posse to your house, brother. She sure picked a winner to have a kid with. You're going to have a kid. I can't wait to kick the F out of you. You open the can. It's going to be lead news on the 11 o'clock. I've had enough of your humiliation over the last 5 years. It's time to pay the piper. I got nothing to lose, mother effer." Dude, right now, a lot of people have showed up to your house, but nobody like me has showed up. Meanwhile, guess what? Nobody showed up to my house. There's been.
I feel sorry for that family in Odessa that's being tormented right now.
True. and so,
do you think this guy really gave someone $300,000?
I think so.
I think he did. I think
really
he's
do.
out his life savings. I think he probably mortgaged
This happens
his house.
all the time.
I think that
we've seen it firsthand.
I think, honest to God, Brian's right. I think he has. I think he has lost everything, and he got scammed. And he gave. So anyway, he goes. Is this where you want your life to end?
Man,
So,
you gotta go to law enforcement.
Now hold on. I'm
have to.
I'm not done. Is this where you want your life to end? So you're ready to die for this cause? You ain't ever met nobody like me, brother. And add brother, and add more insult, and I will make it even more painful. Keep your effing C shut, and I'll make it quick. Either way, you're dead. You can go screaming out like you can go screaming, or you can go like a man. My guess is that you're going to go like a little bitch. Dude, you disrespected me, and it's time for you to die. This is going to be the best effing day ever. You don't know when it's coming, but it's coming. I am a good man, and I have a posse behind me that knows everything that I've been through, and you have to some little effing peasant like you threaten me fuels the fire. Now, I've not said one. The only thing I've said to him is, listen, talk to her, not me.
Wait a minute. Do you think whoever runs this Todd Allen Clem page is harassing him?
It's probably the same guy that does the Janessa page.
I'm just saying. I think you need to get this page shut down.
Well, hold on.
You can report them for impersonating you, and it'll get shut down a little quicker.
Dude, you're going to get cracked up before I can even get my hands on you. I've got like 20 effing UFC fighters waiting to put their hands on you. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Is this on?
So either beg or send me the money, you fat little Cajun redneck piece of shiz.
Cajun?
Yeah.
That's an interesting
Nice.
Doesn't he listen to the show?
Ask where to send the money, Bubba.
So I go to him.
Yeah, where should I send the money?
At 4:58 this morning. This is what I said, knowing that I was going to talk to Brian about it. I said, this is my last, let me get rid of this here. I said, this is my last conversation with you. I have more than enough threats from you to go to law enforcement, at the very least, make contact with you and tell you to stop threatening me. So I'm telling you to leave me out of this situation. You've obviously been catfished. I know for a fact that Janessa has never lived in Ghana or has been in a prison there. So chalk this whole thing up to you getting catfished by some really bad people. But it wasn't me, and I don't think it was probably Janessa either. So stop with the threats, or you just might end up in jail. Thank you very much, Bubba Clem. So, Brian, hearing the communication, what he said to me and things like that, I'm thinking I might want to go to the cops with him.
Yeah, you should get a restraining order on him.
And I think the cops could probably look at the screen name it's coming. I mean,
they can find it in a second.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
These are serious threats that have been continuous, and so if they really want to find it, they can find it. They can get the information.
But you know what? Because it's me, you watch. Because it's me, they won't do anything.
Well, let's see. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
The other thing is this. I was on Ambien last night, and I was trying to get my point across. And did I fail tremendously?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what I was trying to say?
Sort of.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
said
don't
it
know.
on
I got it.
Did it
show every day for a week.
But did I was on Twitter last night talking about, Keith Davidson is a witness in this Donald Trump case. And Keith, it's my opinion, and I've seen documentation that states that the federal FBI made a deal with Keith Davidson to turn over all of his correspondence with Michael Cohen, or they were going to revisit his extortion case that still had 3 more years of the statute of limitations on it here in Tampa. He then started cooperating with the FBI, and that's how they were able to get the correspondence that he had with Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen told him to pack sand. They're like, we'll go get it. We'll go end around you and get it on the other end. That's what happened. I'm in the process of proving that on what I'm working with. I have documentation that states that that's what happened. But it seems like nobody really cares about that.
What's the relevancy if the information that was produced was truthful? So he rolled on Cohen, produced truthful communications that they then used to obtain a search warrant and raid Cohen's place because they had proof of his bad acts. What is the controversy there? I know it's a cool story, and I know you're telling that story. I'm just asking what the controversy is.
The controversy is, why didn't you arrest this guy to begin with? And maybe none of this would be, maybe none of this would be going on right now.
Because the FBI is a terrible organization that uses human beings as bait to catch bigger fish. But we know that.
Hold on, but that's, you know what? I can understand that. I can understand that answer, and that's what happened.
Right.
And so I sent this to Tucker Carlson last night, and he private text, and he did text me back. And here's what blows my mind. Tucker Carlson said to me, I'm not even familiar with that guy. Never heard of him, but I believe it. This is how the federal law enforcement works. They're all criminals. And then I said earlier this morning, hopefully he's not offended by it, never heard of Keith Davidson, ? He's a witness in this Trump trial and was the attorney that represented Stormy and did all the negotiating with Cohen. So, Brian, am I saying for what I'm working on, it's relative, but other than my personal stuff, this is not relative.
Well, I think it's relevant in the sense that it shows and it paints the picture that a lot of people aren't aware of. So from that, it's interesting.
Hold on, and it also validates that Trump's a victim of the government weaponization of our agencies, the weaponization of our government.
This is the way the FBI's worked pretty much since its inception. I mean, it was created as an organization to spy on political opponents. This is what the FBI was, Hoover's vision for it. So,
but I mean, don't you think it would be? It might be relative if Keith Davidson is on the witness stand, which he's listed as a witness. In fact, when we took the article and the major players in the Trump trial, remember he was listed as he was like fourth as far as importance. Keith Davidson. So if he's on the stand, don't you think could the Trump attorneys go, Mr. Davidson? Did you cut a deal with the federal government in order to give them all the files on Michael Cohen? And the reason why you cut a deal is because they were using the lack of prosecution of extortion in Tampa that had 3 more years statute of limitations on it. And if you cooperated with them, they were gonna keep that a dormant case. And if you didn't cooperate with them, they were going to open it back up and potentially charge you with extortion. Could they say that?
Yes, but then here's the prosecutor. Did you provide them truthful information? Did you forge or fraudulently create any of those documents? So everything that you provided them in order to save yourself was true. I mean, Keith Davidson's not up there on the stand because he's an upstanding individual. He's up there on the stand because he tells the story. He's a player in this story. That's all. So it's not from a legal standpoint and perspective, I don't think it's as big of a deal. Now you can attack his credibility in that situation and try to attack his credibility, but the bottom line is it's not something you're not having to base his word on it. He produced actual correspondence and documents and communications. And so unless there's testimony that those documents are somehow fabricated or false, I don't think it's really relevant at the end of the day. How they obtained it. It's that fact that they did obtain it, and they did obtain it in a legal way, although you can argue whether or not it should be legal for them to do that, but it is. So there's no there.
So there's nothing to see here.
I mean, there's something to see and hear about, but not in the context of the court case. I think it's an interesting story to be told for sure.
I mean, it's a caveat that most people don't know about.
No, it's definitely something that is inside, info that most people are not aware of.
Should you delete your tweet to Tammy Loren?
Oh, did I tweet her?
Yeah, you tweeted her. You tweeted Donald
you tweeted
Trump.
Everybody.
Yeah,
everyone.
Who cares?
You treated my grandma. She's been dead for 5 years.
I mean, listen, we had the second highest We had the second highest impressions of April yesterday. Was our second highest.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But he thought something was wrong with you.
You know how to do it.
I know how to do it.
You know how to work it.
You know what? You guys would have a far different feeling about this particular scenario if it had happened to you.
I agree.
I mean, like you know.
No, for sure.
You know, I mean, it's a very. Red, I'm assuming you're going over to Macho's mic now.
Not right this minute.
Are you looking for justice for Donald Trump, or are you looking for justice for yourself?
Me.
I just want them to talk about me.
Me.
I want my name mentioned at a trial.
Yes. They need to be talking about me more.
Do you want to be a witness in this Trump trial, Bubba?
No, I don't want to do any of that. I just want them to talk about me.
It would be cool to hear you be mentioned.
I don't care about being mentioned.
No.
I just want the public to know the effery involved in this Hogan sex tape and how it was even used as a bargaining chip to get into the Hogan sex tape, and the lack of prosecution or the threat of prosecution on how much statute of limitations was still left while this was going down was used as a bargaining chip in this particular case. I find it a little bit, I don't know, Forrest Gumpish, if you will, in the fact that my little old case is actually a part of this this huge case.
I'm the one that came up with that about you. I called you Bubba Gump, and I said you have appeared in like every major scandal, like you've been in, or a situation over the last 20 years. Like you've been in that picture, maybe not front and center.
When Media Matters tried to get Tucker fired, it was because of his appearance on my program.
The Hogan stuff again, stuff with Howard Stern. The federal fine.
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels.
Deal.
I got so much good Stormy Daniels stuff I should be able to roll out right now, but I can't. Oh my God.
The Janessa Brazil catfish stuff.
Yeah.
Death threats.
So anyway, nobody answered me really. So
what? I did answer you.
What was your question?
No, I'm talking about everybody I tweeted last night.
Oh my God. There's a lot to come through.
Man, good thing you're verified so you can have the extra characters, because you had
some stuff to say.
Yeah.
I mean, what I said though, was it just incoherent and you didn't know what I was talking about?
It just needed a little bit of punctuation.
You need some punctuation. You need to spell the word please correctly. The first word spelled wrong, most people will stop reading at that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's how distraught I am. That's
ambient or emotionally.
Or high.
Yeah.
Bubba, you have 5.
No, there's like 8.
There's 5 straight tweets to Donald Trump that all say the same thing.
You forgot to take out Laura. Please get this out to everybody.
Yeah,
he's trying his best. Okay,
listen,
I don't know if that's
trying his best.
I don't think
while
he's
on Ambien, Xanax, and NyQuil all at the same time. Okay,
you try doing that. It ain't easy. While the merch crick is giving you his.
We had our best day in April yesterday. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Second best day.
Second best day.
Second best day. I'm on drugs. Just drug tweeting. That's what that is.
You tweeting Donald Trump, PLEESE.
Now that would be good if Erica was taping you while you're ranting and raving about this. That's the footage I want to see.
Daddy's mad.
Daddy's mad. Let me get the camera.
Yep.
Thanks, Lemmy.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Sure. Unreal. What a dick. This guy's a fucking dick. Oh, what a dick.
I'm stuck here. 14 hours ago. 14 hours ago. 14
Agree
hours ago.
with me.
14 hours ago. 14 hours ago.
Why is he so damn smarmy?
14 hours.
Brian, do you have parodies in you?
I do have parodies in me.
Oh, yeah. Brian's a creative.
Creative.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, he was creative. He was smart enough to get in a job where he didn't have to be creative. He could just make fucking money by being smart and shit.
Yeah.
And he could be creative on the side.
Yeah, the creative is my side gig.
Do I have to break this box down, Bubba, or is it good enough to go in full? Because it's kind of all taped up and stuff.
Good morning, John Costeca.
All right, thank you.
If I'm the Brian you're talking to. Oh, I was. Thank you. Oh, and then, good. I was ahead of Seth on I Love Me. I got my own special one. Yeah, I like that shirt. The US 301 drag show, or strip, rather. Pretty cool. Thanks, Beach Metal
What's up,
Detectives.
Jay Costica? He's such a sweet, sweet man.
Congrats on saving that woman's wedding band.
Creatine Travis, thank you for the Venmo, buddy.
So, Bubba, there might be a Thursday the first week in June that I can't be here. I've got to start medication for essentially what the New Age bone marrow donation.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, we gotta do that. Can we talk about that next? Can we talk about that next?
D-Day.
Yeah, sure.
God bless you.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Should I go to the police with that guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because if they don't do anything, here's the thing, Bubba. You go to them. Let's say they don't do anything, right? And then something happens to you. Now it's a big story. So not anything like really bad, but the guy comes here, maybe shoots up the place or whatever. Nobody gets hurt, but it's still a very big story because they did not do anything to protect you. I want to go to UFC 303, Joe. I just don't know that I could. I'd probably have to take my wife with me, and
that's a whole other experience.
I have just as much fun in Vegas with her as I do with my buddies. It's just a different kind of fun, right?
You don't go to strip clubs?
We did last time we were out there. We went to Sapphires.
And she enjoys it enough, or
Yeah, she'll have a good time. She likes handing the girls money and talking to them and having them say how pretty she looks, and she says how pretty they look, and it's the whole girl
thing.
The whole girl dance thing,
God bless her.
Yeah, we went out there with a couple in our neighborhood, and for our 10th anniversary.
Just the four of you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they wanted to come. They're the ones that went on the Virgin Cruise with us too.
Do they have kids?
They're grown. Their kids are grown. He's 50. Just turned 50. He's who I went out in December to Phoenix with to go golfing.
Okay.
He just turned 50, and she's in her mid-40s. So not too far removed from us, age-wise.
Cool.
Just their life started a lot sooner than our lives.
Yeah, I got you.
Their adult life, I should say. All right, Joe, I'll keep that in mind. I would love to get the same. If I did it, I want the same exact table, the same exact setup that I just had at this one.
Sweet man. Big longer, big fan.
Dude, this country hates bigger people.
They discriminate.
He looks right at me. So I'm fatphobic, racist.
Hey, I'm not the one who said how. Come on. I didn't read it. You can talk to.
Yeah, but she doesn't hate the Jews. That's why that joke misses.
No, but it's just still because I'm German. Just because you look like a baby.
A Heil Hump.
Hitler.
Oh, I laughed at that.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Hitler youth over here.
I look like Hitler youth.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, buddy?
Hey,
I brought some cards for you to review to see if there's anything worth selling.
Ben.
I don't know if there's anything worth that you think could sell in
Let's
here.
see. Ben Simmons. Ooh, not Franz Wagner throwback.
I don't know if you think anybody knows buyers or think any of that would sell.
Yeah, like this, like the Justin Jefferson would sell. People love Brees Hall. It's a nice shack. Kyler Gordon, he's on the Bears. Yeah. You want me to sell some of these?
Whatever you want to sell, man. You know the deal.
All right.
He's
good. He's really good.
Yeah. Well, I got a whole bunch of that's a purple curry.
Oh, that's nice. A
Cool
explosion.
Durant, and then these are all rookies here. And then some other ones.
Oh yeah,
he's good too.
Yeah. 62 months.
Yao Ming. So I wasn't sure if there was anything.
Yeah, you got some good stuff in there. I got a ton of cases here too to put those in and stuff. Oh, you got them.
I've got this right here.
Oh, okay.
Or you could, however you want to do it.
Yeah,
I need to order more supplies for my personal stash at home anyway, so you can keep those there.
I'll pick out what.
Yeah, whatever you want.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later, easy fix. Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back.
Off of your very first month. Again, that's BETTER, BetterHelp, HELP.com.
/BTLS.
Caitlin Clark, which I think everybody, I don't know if everybody agrees with me or not. I think who was being a dick? I think it was Dan.
Dan, of course.
Dan, who thinks he knows everything, doesn't really understand the significance of Caitlin Clark and what she represents to the WNBA. This is much like the Magic Bird moment.
Dan understands that it's big. That's why he was saying he's worried about guys that are going to start acting like they're women to play in the WNBA.
Because they want that $80,000 a year.
They want that. They want the rub.
Now, Brian, do you agree that the WNBA, right now, I don't know, they have a real hard rule on a guy wearing lipstick that's the size of Charles Barkley and being, part
LeBron
of
in a wig.
But I think with Caitlin Clark really, really putting an extra set of standard American eyes on the WNBA, really, 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 it's the moment that they've needed to take it to the next level, to become where they're not playing in front of 500 and 600 people in major arenas, but instead playing in front of thousands. And in the Indiana Fever's, case might be sold out. Like, they're saying that the facility, the field, it used to be Conseco Fieldhouse. I don't know what it is now, but that Caitlin Clark games are all home games for the Indiana Fever might be sold out.
That's amazing.
And so this is really the 70s and all of the 70s. The NBA was not very healthy. They would have like a Knicks Celtics game on Saturday, and they would replay. They would even broadcast it live. They would replay it on Sunday, tape delay, and the NBA team still flew commercial, and it really wasn't that big a day. It took Magic and Larry to kind of make the league, kind of sled and forge the league so that the Dennis Rodmans, the Michael Jordans, the Kobe Bryants, the Shaqs could all, be what they've become. But it started on the backs of Larry and Magic.
Yep.
And I know people, Bubba, and people in chat love to just say, like, am I listening to a rerun or a replay when you start talking about, like, Caitlin Clark or something? But, I mean, she's in the news every day. Every single day.
Every day.
Maybe some days there's, more of a reason than others. I think this is definitely interesting that's going around, but she's that big of a personality now. Are they going to cover every game that she plays like this? No, but the media's not going to shy away.
They're just not going to, she's just not going to quietly go away and not be a thing. They literally tip off in about 8 weeks.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the size of the size of crowds that come see her, and it's all. I think a lot of it's going to rest on how well she does.
Well, she has an incredible amount of pressure on her shoulders. She also has a gigantic target on her because all these older players are really hating on her.
Mm-hmm.
They are not happy with the attention that she's getting, the attention that she's bringing to the sport. They are some jealous bitches. And women have always been women's problem. Not men. It's not men aren't the reason why women have to wear makeup and dress up and do all those things. It's the pressure from other women. And this is another example of it. All I hear are men supporting Caitlin Clark and saying how amazing she is.
Oh, yeah, men
and
love
then
her.
I hear the WNBA players saying, wait till she gets to a real league. Wait till she has to play against pros. Blah, 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 blah,
Is there
blah.
any way that also could be because of race from the WNBA?
Because of what?
Race?
No, because it's not. It's white chicks, too. Tarasi was on her.
I'm just.
It's not a race thing.
It's just all old heads.
It's all old heads.
Yeah, it's the Cheryl Swoops that said that she made nothing, and so and again,
the chick that used to play in the black and white days with the men's basketball and the no 3-point line.
Hating on somebody because you paved the path for them is the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Right.
Like, oh, because it was worse for me and it sucked for me and now it's better for you, I should hate on you.
And here's the deal:
that's sour grapes.
Every girl, every woman that plays in the WNBA from this point forward is going to now. Caitlin Clark can go one of three directions. One, she goes out and she is the Larry Bird that came to the Boston Celtics and as a rookie averaged 21.8 points a game and was the rookie. Larry Bird was rookie of the year that year in 1979, 1980. And she lights out. She does, like Wembanyama. There was a lot of people that didn't know how well his rookie year would go. And you know what? He has the same stats as Larry Bird.
He performed,
21.8, over 10 rebounds, over 10 blocks. I mean, the guy's
over 3 blocks a game. He averaged.
Guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's an alien.
Like they could not expect. So if she goes out and has a breakout rookie year, and the only thing that's going to happen for those that potentially might be talking crap about her is you're going to make more money. The WNBA is going to be able to cut bigger television contracts. The WNBA is going to be a stronger league, and your Players Association, which at this point is being fueled by Caitlin Clark's stardom, is going to have a better negotiation, and you're going to get paid more. Your salary cap's going to go up.
Well,
it's all even if you are, even if you're a backup player on the Detroit team, if Caitlin Clark is a superstar and does what she did in college, it's going to make their union worth more money. And at the end of the day, where the money comes from is the television deal. And whoever has the current television deal, that's going to go up when the viewership goes up. If just the viewers of the draft are any indication.
It's not that easy, though. Like, the WNBA is still a charity league because it's not a profitable organization. That's because nobody goes to the games.
And
nobody cares. So just because
It's
the viewer numbers are up and the TV deals are up, that does not mean players are getting paid more.
And we've seen this before. It was called the NBA of the 70s. They were losing money. Nobody watched. And then all of a sudden, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson came along. And all of a sudden now, the facilities are filling up.
Oh, we have a much better example.
People are watching TV.
Women's NCAA tournament, Bubba. It's already happening. ESPN paid a ton more money for the contract that included the women's NCAA tournament in the new deal. They're getting better treatment. They're getting better hotels, better facilities, better setups. They're talking about going away from the home courts of the top 16 to a more regional because that was unsustainable before. When you get coverage, when you cover something,
when you get eyeballs. eyeballs.
When you get eyeballs, it turns into money eventually if you can do something with it.
Right.
The NCAA has found a way to do something with it with the women's game. And I will tell you, Rhett, most people don't go to women's basketball. If you go to, South Dakota State versus North Dakota is not going to pull in 5,000 people. But South Dakota State in the NCAA tournament is going to pull
But
in.
hold on, Indiana versus Detroit and Indianapolis is going to sell out this year. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you that. That's what's going to happen.
Right, but Brian is right. Most of the people banging the drum of like we need to pay these girls more and all this stuff. The WNBA is not being paid enough. None of those people are buying tickets to the game. None of those people are supporting their favorite team or buying merchandise from the official stores.
Listen, it's not time to start paying them more yet. It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's not.
When
They're not a sustainable business
Should
right
have been
now.
paying them more 10 years ago.
No, Rhett.
Just the landscape of sports. I completely understand what you're saying.
But you're not. You're just arguing with me to
I'm
be
not
a dick.
arguing with you.
Listen, the time to pay them is not now because nobody in the WNBA as an owner has made any money. Nobody's made it. They've lost money every year.
Correct.
That's why the salary caps are the way they are. But
the Aces probably are profitable. I will say that the Vegas Aces they've taken over the league by storm.
But when a few of these players come in, and you're now selling out arenas, and your TV contracts times 3, then the salary cap will go up, and then that'll only take a couple of years. If Caitlin, or like I said, there's 3 things Caitlin Clark's going to do. She's going to come in here and go lights out, and it's going to be all good. She's going to go in there, and she does sometimes bomb. If you look at the third quarter of the finals, she bombed, and she could go in there now that she's got a lot of the people that are arguing her existence is the fact that she's played again, and her how good she is in college may not transfer to how good she is in the WNBA.
No, I don't believe that.
Which is I was going to say that's any player. I mean, that's any player that they draft.
All the chicks in the WNBA right now, except like maybe 2 or 3, we've heard of. There's a reason we were hearing of Caitlin Clark. It's because she's great, and she's going to continue to be great no matter who she plays against.
Or 3, she comes in and she's just kind of a non-factor. She's not throwing 21 a game. She's throwing 8. And I personally think, and the sports enthusiasts here in the room can give me your prediction. I personally think that she's going to go in and she's going to average 22 to 25 points a game. She's going to be like the Webinar. She's going to dominate, and she's going to change the landscape of the WNBA. I think single-handedly she is going to do that.
I think they need her to do that her first season, and by seasons 2 or 3, Indiana needs to be in the playoffs, making the finals, and they'll average 5 or 6, 7, 8 million viewers for those finals, whereas they were averaging 800,000 in the past season.
Rhett, over to you.
I think the draft class. I don't think it's just her. I think it's going to have to live up to the hype. People have been hyping this up as. I saw something from Bleacher Report the other day that says this might be the greatest draft class of all time, regardless of sport, which was pretty funny. But
regardless of sport?
Yes.
I could get behind Cameron Brink.
Oh, my God. Hold on now. It might be the greatest draft class of the WNBA, but I don't think it's the greatest draft class of all sport. How about the 89 NFL football draft?
Yeah, I didn't say it. They did.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I don't think Caitlin Clark's going to be able to single-handedly do it herself. I think if they ball out for 3-4 years and people do just continue to stay interested in the league and the coverage continues the way that it has. If that entire draft class flames out and Caitlin Clark is the only one playing up to the hype, she's going to end up being Sue Bird, because Sue Bird was one of the best to ever do it, and nobody watched her career. She played for almost 20 years. Nobody watched it.
Seth, over you.
Sorry, I'm flustered that Brian said Cameron Brink. Cameron Brink's another great player. I think
she's a great player. She's much better than Caitlin Clark in some ways.
I think. I did a deep dive into Caitlin Clark's boyfriend yesterday. She's a nice regular girl, happy couple. I think that she's going to put the WNBA on the map. I think people are going to start watching. They'll watch more when it's in the playoffs, like Brian said, much like we got into Iowa when they were in the tournament. I think she's an exciting player, not just because she scores, but because of the way that she does it in a Steph Curry-like way, shooting from, almost half court. That's not going to stop at all. I think she's a college star in the WNBA, and I think it's something that is going to gain steam over the next few years. But like Rhett said, it's up to Angel Reese It's up to Cameron Brink. It's up to Paige Beckers when she comes out of UConn next year.
You're right, because like Larry Bird would not. He needed Magic Johnson. Larry couldn't have done it on himself. He needed that arch rival. Just happened to be African American, and it just made for a real good story. So that these, the girl from LSU, the girls from South Carolina, they have to perform too in order to kind of validate Caitlin to have an opponent.
This reminds me of the Tiger Woods effect in PGA. When he came onto the scene, prize money was super low. The players were very resentful of the level of coverage and attention that he was getting, the money he was making from endorsements out of the gate. They resented him. And then they learned to love him because he grew the sport. He increased the prize pool. It went from a very niche sport that nobody watched. Nobody watched golf. 60-year-old white guys, that was it. To now it's a global game. And in America, one of the more popular sports. And that's all because of Tiger Woods. I think it could be the same with Caitlin, but she does have to go out there and perform.
Yeah, she got a ball. I agree.
I think she struggles early on just because of the pressure, but also because the players I think are going to play her a little more rough. Show her, hey, this is WNBA. But I think she averages 15 to 20 points at the end of the day.
I think she averages over 20.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Bubba, because she's not going to a stacked team.
No,
she's going to a team where the offense will still run through her.
She's going to a team where the coach says, "Caitlin, if you're open, shoot it."
And she doesn't. And here's the thing:
Caitlin, the minute you get one step past half court, you're in range.
Yes, that's the thing. But that's the thing. She has such range. She doesn't need to come off a screen to catch the ball, to shoot the ball. She can just bring the ball up the court and shoot it from the logo.
Throw it to Caitlin. Just 2 steps past half court, she's going to launch it.
You're not going to be able to stop her.
Have one of the big tall girls be there to rebound just in case she misses.
I just said in the beginning because I think like all the WNBA trash they're talking, they're going to try to prove that she can't play and ball. That's the same thing they did. It's the same thing they did to Larry Bird though.
Because Larry Bird,
that's what
he did.
That's what I'm saying.
He averaged 21.8 his rookie season.
But that's what I was trying to say. In the beginning, they were like, he's just a white boy that is
21.8. Say him and Webb and Bird. I went and looked at it outside of the blocks. And of course, Webb had a few more rebounds, but they have statistically are very similar in their rookie of the year statistics of their first year.
Well, I was just saying about Larry Bird and hers that there was a lot of hate on Larry Bird because he was just a white hick from Indiana, but that's why he had a chip on his shoulder, and that's why he would get mad and cuss out the other team when they would put the white guy on him. Really going to put the white guy on him?
He went to Chuck Daly one time. There was one more shot. There was like 3 seconds left, and the Celtics are down by 2. And Bird walks by Chuck Daly, the coach of the Pistons, and says, "You better take that white guy off me, or I'm going to drain a 3, and we're done." And at that point, they put Dennis Rodman on him, and Bird told Rodman, "Hey Worm, I'm going to take one step, dribble right there." Step behind the 3-point line, drain it at the buzzer, and we're going home. And he did it, and Worm freaked out. He's like, "Man, I've never had anybody tell me where they're going to shoot it from and shoot it from there. I had my hand in his face. I had him defended like every which way." Listen, Worm might not. He wasn't going to put in 12 points a night for you, but he was going to be a defensive absolute
and pull down 15 rebounds.
Yeah. I mean, defensively, one of the best forwards ever to play the game. The Worm.
Probably the best.
Yeah. And Bird drains it over there. Here's Caitlin Clark. This is the Indiana Press, I think, maybe their first introduction to Caitlin Clark, and it ended up being a kind of a creepy deal. This guy from the Indy Star kind of got creepy with her and gave her like, "Hey, when you score, are you going to do like a little heart gimmick?" That stupid stuff.
Yeah, I think when he asked the question, he was holding up a heart. That was like the first thing he did or said was hold up the heart to her.
He obviously watched the season finale of Curb.
The exact same time as the draft lottery on the night it happened. I'm not sure exactly who we were playing, but I was hoping that Indiana got the first pick. It would have made my life a lot better. So when I saw that, I was pretty excited. And, obviously that's not.
Now, I thought Indiana was locked into the first pick. But what do they have a lock?
Dare asked her what she thought when they did get it, but she was playing that night. She said she didn't get to see it, but she was hoping that they would get it.
Okay.
During the lottery selection.
At the end of the day, man, for the NBA and the WNBA, you can have the worst record and still not get the first pick because now you have they put like they stack it so that you have the most chips in the little hopper. Like, isn't that how they do
balls,
it, Brian?
Ping pong balls.
Yeah,
You
ping pong
have the
balls.
higher chance of getting it.
Like,
but it's to prevent teams from just tanking.
Right. So it's like this. Like, Indiana Fever had the worst record, so they had like 20 balls. And then the next worst record team had like 18 balls. And then the next worst record team had like 16 balls. Right? It goes like that. Something like that, doesn't it, Brian?
Yeah.
And then that's how they pick them. And she was like, I was so happy when Indiana got picked because I think that who got second?
Well, Indiana wasn't the worst team last year, though. They were the third worst team.
Did they have the first pick through a trade? Or, I mean...
No, I think they won the draft.
They just somehow won
Indiana
it.
got the first pick. It would have made my life a lot better. So when I saw that, I was pretty excited. And, obviously that's not every single reason of, why I wanted to leave and, be done with college. I think.
Let's not forget she has another year eligibility, and she's already broke every scoring record, including Pistol Pete Maravich's men's scoring record as a junior.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
I was just ready for a new challenge and something new in my life. Felt like I kind of had.
Rhett told me that he read an article that Caitlin Clark her shoe deal could be 8 figures.
Who's she making with Christian Louboutin?
Yeah, maybe.
Done everything.
Gina will buy a pair then.
Iowa that I possibly could, and we did a lot of amazing things.
I mean, 8 figures is anywhere on the low end from 10 million to 99 million. That's the range of 8 figures.
Good for her.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's amazing.
She's getting her own shoe.
To be able to come here and
I might buy some Caitlin Clark's, bitch.
And they'll call them
stay in the Midwest
Clarks. Well,
and,
they can't. There's a whole shoe brand called Clarks. So
it's
they're
only 5 hours.
They'll call them Caitlins or something. I don't know.
From Iowa City, 7 hours from where I grew up. You can't script it any better. So it was really a no-brainer for me. There's just so much talent on this roster, and I'm very thankful. Obviously, Aaliyah has been one of my teammates before with USA Basketball, and I know firsthand how great she is. And obviously, Erica Wheeler, somebody that's been having my back, and we're not even really teammates yet. So I can't, I'm super excited about that. So I'm a vet, somebody that's been in the league for a really long time, and obviously, as a point guard, you need somebody to lean on and, have your back and ask questions. I don't have all the answers. Not everything's going to be perfect. So going to need people like that to surround myself with. And I think this, organization.
Now, Seth, you did a deep dive into her boyfriend?
Yeah, and I also sent Lummy the. You have that there.
Yeah,
okay.
right,
Yeah, I did a deep dive into her because I was trying to figure out if it was her brother or her boyfriend.
Now, is he a ball player?
No, but
was.
he's very supportive of her.
Well, he played for Iowa, and his dad was the long tenured Iowa coach.
Oh, his dad was the Iowa coach. Her Caitlin Clark's boyfriend.
He played at Iowa,
but he wasn't any good. I bet you she could probably beat him 1-on-1. Maybe.
Probably.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
He gave her.
And she pulled back, like she recoiled.
Yeah.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine. So, question is, you didn't have to turn pro.
Yeah, like that's kind of when you got a reporter that's saying, "Hey, man, give the little heart gimmick to me." After the games.
I looked him up too. He's gross.
Well, he's from Indiana.
He wrote a whole apology column, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Can somebody get that to me?
It was in the materials, I think, from the show. You had it up earlier.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
And then, of course, Joe Biden, he has to, they just tell Joe hey, Joe, this is what's popular right now. There's this chick. Her name's Caitlin Clark. You need to get behind her. Because I guess he's already chimed in on what he feels about. Is there audio on Joe?
No, it's just mostly like his statements that he made.
I think it's real good. She's getting to play. I didn't even know.
I think she should make more money. That whole thing.
Well, and that's
who shouldn't make more money, man?
You guys should make more money.
It's an absurd position to take unless it's like a state-sponsored, a position like a school teacher.
I mean, the federal government,
where they can actually control it.
We're paying illegal aliens. I'd rather pay the WNBA chicks. They're Americans for the most part.
Well, that's not really the option here, but okay.
I'm just saying. You wanna put an illegal alien up at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City for one night, or I want to give each player from the WNBA $50 more. I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
For that one immigrant.
I mean, it's a position.
The WNBA draft viewership was 2.45 million, shattering the previous record set in 24 when Diana Taurasi was drafted when they had, was it 601,000? So they had 600,000 last year.
No, not last year. 2004.
2004. Oh, that.
She was the head of the most dominant teams ever. The UConn women's team in the early 2000s were just insanely good at basketball.
They still are, aren't they?
Oh, they're still really good. They're not insanely good anymore. Other teams have caught them in the South.
Who's the favorite to win? I mean,
South
Iowa,
Carolina
next
every year. Yeah,
next year,
and the year after that, probably.
How
And the
about
year
that?
after that.
How about that blonde on South Carolina? Oh,
you thinking about LSU?
No, the blonde on South Carolina, the big, tall blonde. Not a lot of big, tall chicks can pull off as hot as she did. Wasn't she the second player drafted?
No, that's Angel Reese. You're talking about Stanford, Cameron Brink?
No, I'm talking about the blonde
There's a hot blonde
on South Carolina.
Yeah, Chloe Kitts.
Oh, that's who it is. Yeah.
Coke hits. You're familiar with that from this weekend.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me find me the picture of Coke hits.
Chloe Kitts.
What's her name?
Chloe Kitts.
Send me Chloe Kitts immediately.
Right.
And usually chicks that are that big and tall, it's tough to pull off sexiness. You know? Let me have you send it to me.
did.
I'm sending you the Instagram for her.
Hey, Bubba, I can highlight what Doyle said, the guy that made the heart at her. He wrote an apology column.
Yeah, well, you know what? Instead of sending it to me, why don't you? I send it over to you and be like, Seth, tell me what that creepo from the Indy Star said.
He said that he didn't think that he did anything wrong, and then he ended up talking to a woman that he highly, highly respects and said that there's a difference when you're talking to young men and when you're talking to young women because he's done this whole thing, with athletes throughout his career, somebody to tell him that women are different. So that's when he decided that, he realized he made a mistake and, put out that column as an apology. But he's absolutely getting crushed. Dave Portnoy from Barstool has said that this guy should get fired. Something should happen. So people are very, very offended by what this guy did. And it's not just the snowflakes this time.
No, and here's the deal, man. I'm not a snowflake. I'm a man's man. And I think he was inappropriate. I find it, I can see where it's a little bit of a smart-assy deal, but I also find it kind of, if anything, it may not be inappropriate, but it's certainly creepy and cringe.
Anyway, here's this hot-ass basketball player from South Carolina.
You don't see me at her press conference. Who'd she get drafted by, Lummy?
She's only 19.
Yeah,
she's not out yet.
That even makes her hotter, please. I'm just telling you.
Tall as hell.
The younger they are, the hotter they get.
She's from Orlando.
She is?
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that.
Probably would have banged her back in the day.
I would have.
Planet Bubba, 18 and up, night only.
Let me go into words. We'll get into the Peeping Tom. Tom, by the way, his name's Tom. There's a Peeping Tom, and his name's Tom.
And they always happen at Targets, too.
Seth, you're right. It does. That's
Well,
really odd.
You know why? Because Peeping Toms think that
I
Target.
got the answer right now. Way hotter women than Walmart.
I was just
way hotter women.
Before you interrupted me, just like what'd you think? I think you turned into JD Acco there for a second.
Oh my god!
I was trying to get a word in, and you just like plowed over me. Like you genuinely talked over me, like aggressively made it yours, and I just backed off. Like what the hell?
I took it from you.
No, just like I was going to say before Brian so JD Acco'd me, is that Target has a little bit more of an upper crust clientele than Walmart. And so if you're, doing skirt shots, chances are, you might get down. Brian's wife will go to Target. She's not going to Walmart.
She's probably gotten upskirted there. But
and I would upskirt his wife, and I probably wouldn't want to upskirt a girl from Walmart.
No, at Walmart, there's girls upskirting themselves and putting it on their social media.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
My mom told me this somewhat recently. She's like, not everyone is like you.
No, I know.
And it
that.
blew my mind. I'm like, what? You're right.
No, I get that, and I understand there's different perspectives, right? But
absolutely, you absolutely did.
What was she doing filming? Did she?
She felt him like falling around. So she like, this guy's so she starts filming him, and he literally takes his phone.
Yeah, I saw it. I've seen the video. I just didn't know why she was filming.
No, she says here, she's like,
you are not going to get away with any. He saw her try to do it like at a different section, which is why with this chick. Like,
yeah,
he was following her.
He was following like all the chicks around.
I have
She just smelled, you know,
underneath
this guy ain't right.
as she had bent over, videotaping her, and he followed me all around the store.
Why is he still standing there? Get out of there.
Yeah,
I know, run away!
Come on, this seems so set up.
Contrived.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Yeah, but who would want their life ruined like that, Seth?
Underneath her.
Yeah, like I mean, it might
Like
be
that guy's like, sure, I will be a pariah.
No, I don't know. It just seems weird the way she's sitting, and it's perfect for him. I don't know.
Are you a denier?
I'm sure she's got more footage.
He's on Team Tom.
Whenever people are rolling, when stuff just happens, like you gotta always just at least question it.
Well,
for a
she
second.
said that she had seen him around the store following her and other women, and she felt that he was up to no good. Like,
dude, when I'm at Target, I'm locked in on what I'm there to purchase. I don't know who's around me.
That's the thing. This guy wasn't. He had nothing that he was really purchasing. He just seemed like he was going around following women. She caught it, and thankfully caught it, and caught him in the act.
Now this guy's going to jail.
He's in jail, I think, still.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
What up, Longer?
Let's get those thumbins up, guys. Doesn't fucking kill you to click a button.
Hey, Bubba, I'll be in Macho seat for the rest of
Your
the
chance, 43 months.
Literally the least you can do.
Did your wife find out that you're MAGA now?
I haven't told her that yet. I'm saving that for when she's not so stressed out with work.
Bubba, you good? Okay, did you hear me? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I did tell her she has to quit her job and start pumping out some more babies.
Fuck yeah.
You know, and that I'm an alpha now.
You're a big time alpha.
Inspire you?
No, I'm MAGA. Voting, just wanting to vote.
What up, Longer?
And already I feel this coming on.
Your traditional values slowly.
No, I normally know what's going on, Knight Rider. I'm pretty.
I bought one of those
jittery.
Trump Bibles. They should be here soon.
What up, Timothy? I made a joke about that yesterday. Nobody really got into it.
Bubba, should we deep fry one of the Trump Bibles?
It's a Lee Greenwood Bible too.
Yeah, but let's deep fry it and see if we get any media coverage.
That's true.
My name is Mark Media.
From Russia?
What up, Auto Glass Travis? What up, Hoss 83?
What up? What up? She saw me and immediately turned around.
Yep, come on, let's go. Hey,
Nope.
Scout.
What's up, semi-auto glass Travis?
Let's go outside, come on.
Oh, sorry. You're...
No, you're good. Come on. Come on. You got it.
Oh, I don't like that, the Longwood.
You didn't bark at him.
Not yet.
Yeah.
That being a man around these parts.
Yeah, now take this fleshlight home and start practicing immediately.
Come on, guys, that thumbin's got to hit 400 or I leave MAGA. 500 or I leave MAGA.
Okay.
I didn't say I wouldn't vote for him. I just won't consider myself MAGA. If we hit 1,000 today, I'll consider myself ultra MAGA.
Oh boy, that means you go to rallies.
What does that even mean?
What does that even mean?
You already sold the vote, dude. None of the rest matters.
I did it for likes. Just so 2024.
Trick Nisa, your next boy. Your next boys trip's gonna be a fucking MAGA rally.
You know it. I'm gonna wear Alpha 24 there and get all the bitches, all those hot single MAGA chicks that you see.
You have to admit
rallies.
they are hotter than the other side.
What's that?
You have to admit they are hotter than the other side.
Not the MAGA rally.
Dude, don't be mad because Marjorie Taylor Greene would fuck the shit out of you.
No, we saw a lookalike in Vegas of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, she was trollish. Marjorie Taylor Greene's a hideous woman. She looks like that villain from Masters of the Universe, the movie, the live-action movie.
This isn't very MAGA of you.
Pop back there.
Yeah, if you've seen Masters of the Universe live-action movie.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
Today's after show will be 2 Live Jew. That'll be available only on a podcast. You need to go to wherever you do your podcasting stuff, whether it's iHeart, whether it's Bubba Army HQ, whether it's Spotify, Google Play, iTunes. It doesn't matter. You need to go there and find it. Seth and Anna cutting it up. 2 Live Jew today. Thanks. I think Bubba Army should be. We should have them. They're being. It's the bottle. They're being made right now as we speak.
Nice.
I might have them in a month, and people can start buying and becoming more of an alpha.
I don't want to make you upset with this.
For all you betas out there that just need just
Will
a little
it burn
extra
my skin if I spray it on me?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we found out. Yeah, we found out from doing the test on me that he can't anymore because he's an alpha.
Now I'm MAGA,
he's alpha,
so I'm pretty much alpha. I go to fights in Vegas.
I mean, you're MAGA, and you went to UFC 300.
Yeah.
You went to, and you're voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean,
I may be the most manly guy in this room right now.
Might be one of the more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at how you roll over there.
Just saying.
This is this feels a little set up.
Oh, it's not.
But Brian says, and we were talking, when we were during the hot mic, during the commercials, we're like, okay, it feels set up just because the woman, the way she talks. But who would agree? What man in their right mind would agree? Be like, okay, let's do this setup, and I'm going to be this creepo that gets caught doing an upskirt shot on a girl. Like, what upside's that?
There is none.
Right,
this guy's in jail, I think.
Yeah. He's in jail. He got fired from his job.
Yeah, his life is over.
Yeah.
Right. So nobody's going to agree to this. Although it sounds kind of set up it's just because the woman is just such a Karen and it sounds set up. But
and he's staying there.
I would have ran.
Right.
Now, Brian, let's say this. Let's say she accuses you. Well, let's get through it first, okay?
He's like a deer in the headlights. He doesn't know what to do.
If he had ran, I don't think they could have detained him.
They could have identified him eventually, but yeah, he
was free to go. There's nobody with it. I don't even think Target Security has the right to detain you. Do they?
If I'm him, which I would never be, but if I'm him, I'm running. I am destroying that phone completely. Deleting it. I hope he doesn't have an iPhone because then it's on the iCloud, but deleting it from the iCloud, getting a whole new phone, and then saying, when they say you did it, I'll say, prove it. Now I can beat the charge. But by staying there, and now they can get his phone, they can look at it, they have probable cause, or they can get a search warrant.
They see his face.
They see his face, like the whole thing.
They got the store surveillance along with the woman's surveillance, which is what here's the woman's surveillance.
How does this chick not know? I mean,
I don't know. Here we go.
She said she felt him around.
Here we go.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is cut up. The lady said she was filming him for like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I want the unedited version of him creeping around.
Here we go. So this woman, she squatted down looking at something, and her back is to this dude. And this dude just goes and puts his phone on the ground right underneath her ass.
Balls right there.
Watch.
Excuse me, what are you doing? No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress. Absolutely you did.
No, ma'am, I really wasn't.
You absolutely did.
Ma'am, I really wasn't.
No, sir. No, ma'am, I really wasn't. Sir, You got caught lock, stock, and barrel. Like, there's no, like, run.
Yeah, they caught you in 4K, buddy.
Run. Yeah, run.
Then show me your phone.
Yes.
No, we're going to call security.
No, I really...
You absolutely did. And you were following me over in the children's section.
Because I have a sister who's pregnant. Ma'am, I really wasn't.
You've been extremely close to me this whole time. Please show me your phone.
No.
I really don't mean
Let's get
to.
security. Because this is absolutely wrong.
I really don't mean to.
Here's the woman who he shot an upskirt deal. They blurred her out.
No, you obviously did.
No, ma'am, please, I really
No,
don't mean
let's
to.
get security. I have it on video. You are not going to get away with anything.
Ma'am, I'm
You
not.
can
Now, hold on there, Brian.
Man, I feel sorry for the Peeping Tom.
What?
Why?
I don't know.
He's a sicko
He's just
and a liar.
Because you could see it being you.
I don't know.
Sorry for him. You feel sorry for him.
Seth's like, what would my anxiety do in this situation? I would freeze up
And just say, ma'am,
the whole time, ma'am.
Let me just tell you something right now. And we all, say, oh, I'll do this and I'll do that. But when stuff happens, sometimes you freeze up. If this ever happens to you where they've caught you doing something wrong,
run.
And it's not a police, recognized agency, an official agency that has arrest powers at where you're at, and it's just Johnny Wackenhud or or Creatine Travis ahead of security at Target, try to run, try to get out of there. Now, security for Target might try to stop you. But at the end of the day, Brian, I don't know that they have the right to physically detain you.
Yeah, in the state of Florida, you have to be in the process of committing a violent felony or
Right.
felony. They cannot tackle you
Right.
because they think, well, this could be a felony. But
unless you're stealing something, I don't think they're going to try to put their hands on you.
Even then, it's real questionable.
Hold on. If this isn't
They're told to
hold
stand
on.
down.
If this isn't Polk County, man, you're getting shot as soon as you walk out. But I'm just saying.
Grady Judd's
run.
like, we caught the Peeping Tom. He's dead. 47 bullets. Would have been 50, but my troopers ran out of ammunition.
Right, we had 3 blanks that didn't go off. And so
on the poster card.
So run, and then
is that good advice, Brian?
Smash your phone, and then go on when you get when you get home. Go online and delete your iCloud account, and then they're going to have to try to unwind all this, and you're going to have lawyered up, and it's going to be very harder for them to prove. Now, granted, they do have Karen's. I don't know what other footage you need, to be honest with you.
Well, actually, you need the evidence that he took the photo. It's not illegal to put your phone on the ground underneath somebody.
Oh, so that's you being the fancy attorney is like, yeah, my client did put it, but he wasn't recording.
He didn't actually record.
And somebody show me where you have this recording. You recorded him, but unless you can get the recording that is off of his phone, which doesn't exist because he didn't do it, then pack sand, bitches. Hurry up.
Ma'am,
You can say ma'am all you want, but we will let them decide.
I really promise I wasn't
No.
trying to do anything inappropriate.
I
wasn't.
It sounds like Seth.
Man,
so much.
he's caught in this woman's voice vortex. Like he can't move.
The elementary volunteer came out of him, which is what he does, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
they usually are though.
He's helping
right?
little. He's helping little.
You can help kids and be a pervert in your off time, can't you?
No,
you can't.
I don't think you.
are.
I don't think.
literally have it on video.
But ma'am, I'm not. I really am not. Like, I know it might have seemed that way in the video.
No,
Like,
no.
cry.
Okay, listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna wait for them to get here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, I was just trying to look
Nope.
at the books.
No.
I was really...
Listen, you dumbass, run.
I know he's like being
He
detained
sounds like
by
a little
woman.
kid getting scolded.
Run.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, sometimes you got to think things all the way through before you're going to do them. You have to think of what's the worst case scenario.
Here's worst case scenarios. They
That's
tackle
my
me.
favorite game.
They tackle me in the parking lot. The best case scenario is I get in my car. Yeah, they're gonna get my license plate and everything, but I got a chance to lawyer up, get rid of this phone, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Brian, I'm on the phone with my lawyer or with a lawyer driving to his office as I'm, leaving the Target parking lot.
I think Seth's good point here is he clearly failed to plan, and so he planned to fail. He never had in his mind, what am I going to do in the event someone catches me? And that, so that shows he's not a career criminal from that perspective, but where there's no planning here. It's like, I'm going to go take upskirt shots, and if I get caught, I'll just freeze and stand there and say ma'am until they let me go.
What if his girlfriend broke up with him?
Yeah, the pictures of them came out.
I got to think your entire family disowns you.
Disowns you?
Well, I mean,
That's
by the
tough,
way,
man.
DJ from Pro Action, suspension, a $50 bill. John Costica Lummy, 100.
Woo. Thank you, John.
Not to be confused with the Hierarchy 65 and 250, all on the PayPal. At PayPal at the Bubba Army.
You're welcome, guys. I love you too, Bubba Army.
Jesus.
No. No. Like, you can stop.
What is this chick? Sounds fun.
You're welcome.
This chick sounds like she needs a good gorilla session.
Yeah.
You think she's a little too uptight?
Yeah.
Like how would you think? How do you think Erica would react? First of all, she'd be squealing. You got the camera!
He's committing a battery. He's committing a battery.
It's a felony! It's a felony! I'm scared!
First of all, you talk about not getting justice. Of
course.
Of course we're gonna.
Sorry.
But okay, everybody can screw off because if this stuff really didn't happen in my life, if you guys just think that I roll around and try to be the victim, you're wrong because I don't get the justice that I deserve. And if anybody wants to make fun of that, you can quit the show. If you think I talk about it too much or whatever, because it's what, walk a day in my shoes, and if that had happened to anybody else, if. You, Brian, you are a little bit part of the correspondence, and for the Sarasota, Ed Brodsky, for the state attorney to see that footage, which you saw, and to say that Erica is lucky that Mike Calta didn't press charges because he was the one that was battered, and that she's the one that committed the crime. I mean, for real.
No,
like
clearly.
If you're not going to stand behind me on that, and
I'm
Bubba's
behind you
always
on it.
getting screwed with, and there's two different set of rules: the rules for you and the rules for me. I mean, come on.
I get it.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry. I didn't mean to bring it back up and
I know, but when you
uncover
guys
old
clown
wounds.
me,
There was no clowning.
But
I was clowning Erica.
But here's the deal: you guys clown me on every one of my so-called Bubba conspiracy theories, but they're all right. There's not a one of them. Let's go from. I mean, let's start at the beginning and go to the hog trial.
No.
Hold on. No, we're going to, bitch.
There's the show.
And quit being a bunch of smartasses, or I'll kick every one of you out of here.
I didn't say anything, Bubba.
You're such a bitch, dude.
But here's the deal: if you're going to be a smartass about me, and you're going to emulate me, and you'll be like, oh no, here we go talking about it, bitch, you don't know what it's like to be me. You've not lived this life. You've not been blackballed. You guys come and go as you want. You don't have a reputation of being a shady. The reputation that I got, some of which is warranted, but most of which is not. It pisses me off when I start going down my various roads of things that have happened to me, and you guys automatically start clowning me because I'm not making any of it up.
It's not okay. I'll take one here, but it's not clowning you. We know that we clearly all agree that it's wrong. Okay, that's not it. It's just I don't know. I don't want to torture you with having to relive it all the time because I care about you, and it puts you in a mood.
I'm going to relive it till the day I die because it's so wrong, and the series of events that how I've been handled in this town by the radio companies and by the court system, so to speak. It's almost as bad as what Trump's going through. Really, start with the hog trial. First human being ever to be arrested for the killing of a wild boar, ever. Who wasn't even in studio, who just broadcasted it by a professional hunter. You're going to tell me that's not a railroad job?
Railroad.
Based
Nobody's saying it's not.
Okay. Now, let's go to the MJ trial. Name calling on the radio, where the standing state attorney offers to be a witness. I don't know. You know the law more than I do, Brian, but how many state attorneys get involved into being a witness on a name-calling defamation slander suit?
Virtually none.
Probably none ever in the history of our country. Right?
Right.
Now let's go to the Hogan deal. We all know how the Hogan deal goes, but just so magically and just conveniently, they don't prosecute the people that really, really, really did the crime, that solicited and that and extorted and distributed the tape. That all settled. The one trial that did go through was the largest single verdict in the history of Pinellas County. And the people that did it got away with it. And the guy that brokered it got my job. I don't think anybody can dispute that at all.
No, the way that all played out, even though, the beginning of, but the way it all played out in the middle and very unbelievable that they didn't, that Calta and Spice did not go to prison for that.
And now the latest, the Merch Crick
battery.
No, faces walks up to Mike Calta and asks him a couple questions. He yokes her up. She tries to grab her phone back. They throw her out of the store. He then, you can watch it all on video, goes through her phone, deletes what she was recording, calls her a dumb C word, and returns her phone to her 8 minutes later. The police come and Mirandize him. He makes one phone call, and it all goes away. And the police and the state attorney of the 12th Circuit, Ed Frosky, repeats when they tell the Merch Crick they're not going to file charges, they say it's because you were the aggressor and you battered him. You're lucky you're not in jail. I'm sorry. All 5 of those things, 4 of those things are all because they hate me. I'm perceived as the bad guy, the people's hammer, and you guys can emulate it all you want and make fun of it all you want, but it sucks. It absolutely sucks to know that I don't get the same treatment around here that everybody else does. And I've been blackballed, and I'm the bad guy, and I'm not relevant anymore, and all the things that people say about me because of these series of events from the Good Old Boy Network and a series of radio people and personnel and managers around this town that have just collectively got together and blackballed me. And when you guys constantly emulate me, that pisses me off because it makes it sound like to me that you're tired of hearing it. And I'm a one-trick bag. That's all I want. And that's how I rest my laurels. That's what I rest my laurels on. And you guys start doing your Bubba imitations. It gets to me after a while.
It isn't that. It's we know it tortures you. We're trying to get away from it, heal through humor. Of thing.
But here's the thing.
I'll
never
get
heal.
over it. I didn't say get over it.
I'll never heal from it, and I'll never get over it. I won't.
And that's your choice.
I can't. No,
it's your choice.
Go to therapy, and my show is somewhat therapeutic because I have the ability to speak about it. And if you don't want to hear about it, then don't listen or don't be a fan. But when you get screwed 3 or 4 times by by a federal agency, by 2 different state attorneys, by the judicial system. I mean, Brian, probably 2 of those 4 cases should have been summary judgment.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hog deal and the MJ deal should have been summary judgment. It's kind of bad when my attorney, Phil Campbell, who represented me in another trial that settled, and I had Phil Campbell was my attorney at one time, and he knew about Ned, and he knew about how some inner show secrets, and he knew about how I had a whole class with Phil Campbell one time, and he taught me just how to frame things. In my opinion, don't know it to be true. Rumor has it. Word on the street. Hot news. He's the one that helped me come up with these lines to set various stories up that would intellectually, that would potentially safeguard me against slander and defamation. So when Phil Campbell is MJ's attorney and we go for a disqualification because this guy has represented me before and knows, nope, there's no conflict here. I mean, Phil Campbell, in your best estimation, Brian, as being an attorney, his conflict with me was textbook conflict. Textbook conflict.
Yeah, he was suing you. Well, he was representing somebody suing you for relying on and acting on the advice and counsel that he had previously provided with you, to you, and so that should have been something that he was deemed to have.
So I'm not telling you guys not to emulate me. It's funny most of the time, but with these particular things, it's not funny. It pisses me off. Because if you don't believe my side of all of these stories, then I don't want you working for me.
Yes.
Did you really just do a Ned deal? Really? What was it that just to try to break up the...
Yes.
So I'm just saying.
Is Suits on the table to make fun of?
No.
Okay.
I think we should go into words.
Okay.
If you want to deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Anybody have hot weekend plans? I've got a soccer tournament and two birthday parties. Back to being dad life rather than rad life.
What kind of birthday parties?
One is for a friend, Zoe, and an adult friend. It's
you have an adult birthday party? What the fuck?
Yeah, we still throw them in our neighborhood. But it's more for the kids. It's a pool party, but it's an excuse for everybody to get together, And then on Sunday, it's my father's. So
heck yeah.
He was born on 4/20, just like Hitler, and the Columbine anniversary.
Wow.
So,
Well, happy birthday to
happy birthday,
to your father.
to Hitler and my dad.
What up, Gator?
I'll hum him.
That was funny as fuck.
You get that eBay up and running, Gator?
So that's my weekend. Soccer practice on Saturday. What about you?
Put one in on Friday.
Yeah.
We were going to do the Kenny Chesney thing, so that was kind of on the books, but that got canceled.
Chesney concert got canceled?
Happy anniversary,
No,
Tina.
we were going to do the Cash Cube debut.
Oh.
But that got postponed.
What up, Chris?
What's up, Jay Gator? So, Michael on a boat.
Lummy, I saw in the chat when you said that it was funny when Brian called you a bitch, but then it hurt you.
My girlfriend's mom is in town, and I have like this not weird relationship, but like we hang out, me and her mom sometimes. So she's in town, so I'm gonna do lunch with her on Sunday.
Oh, it's funny that a bitch boy called me a bitch, but
Well, that's like getting it from the source. I know a bitch when I see one.
Thank you, Mr. Kostika. I didn't get my standard text from you yesterday. I felt like nobody listened to the podcast. I was getting insecure. These texts that means a lot. I did, wait for people to tell me that they liked it, or else I feel like nobody listened. What up, Permagrom?
What up, Perm? Big Perm?
What up, Steve?
We taught it. In my defense, it was completely unintentional.
Dude, I understand being an old Peeping Tom, but a young Peeping Tom, when you've had the internet and you have the whole internet to go whatever you want or into. I don't know why you're going to the street.
And it was like he got 2 additional charges of evidence that might be on his phone. So
really,
it looks like he might have done it to some other people.
Crazy.
God forbid I make a look or anything. I
Yeah.
ambassador for it. So.
I thought the Brandy Love interview was awesome. If you haven't watched it yet, she was a good interview.
She was lovely. That's what I thought.
She was awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, like a classy, one of the classier ones.
What up, Don't Panic?
Like Bubba said, she had her shit together. And
Yeah.
she was just like understanding, but open-minded. And
It was cool to see Bubba back in his element talking to a hot chick. Like, that's like his old school Bubba interviewing the hot chick.
That's funny, Tina.
This guy says I practically live on Chatterbait.
Who's on Chatterbait?
The listening chat.
Nice.
What's going on, Hepner?
Thanks, Tina Bacon's Revenge.
Oh, gathering
What's up,
content.
Organic
Oh, okay. I
Kitty?
see what you're saying, Jason. What up, Rob Elkhart?
We'll do super beats and then we're out of here.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna get out of here early today. You motherfuckers can suck my dick.
Love you, Bubs.
My
My co-hosts and the chat can fuck off. That's my official statement.
Didn't mean harm.
Exorcise. I don't even remember Craig asking that, but you're the second person that said that. Honestly, I don't remember what happens in a lot of those episodes. I'm blacked out because I'm hosting. Hey, Todded, why does it pain you to say that? Why does it pain you to say that pigmentation's good?
This, Mr.
Because they hate you, Seth.
I think it says say it again.
Thank you, Bama Boy 352. You know I didn't mean it.
Jeez, man. All right, sir. Jeez, I'm sorry, man. Jeez.
No, I know, and that's what I said. You know, I'm saying thank you sarcastically back. Yeah. my thank you was the sarcasm. Yeah, no.
Hey, I go to the Walmart by Skyway Jacks. The one by the Skyway. That's got they got some good cards there.
Skyway Jacks is by the Skyway. No, I've been there. Good little diner, right?
Yeah, well, they put another one up by Cox.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's still there.
You put a Skyway Jacks on 4th Street?
Yeah.
Huh.
Thank you, Richard. Thanks, Robert. All right, I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna say 69. I'm not even gonna try to say it again.
Like Ronnie?
What?
69!
Yeah, 69.
What's up, Jay Gator? Doing some UFC cards. UFC Chrome. Got 2 megas. Be guaranteed to have 2 autographs in them.
Thanks, Jay Fish.
Get with Seth on that if you're interested.
I'll get with you guys.
Pouring ourselves out one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
We often think about living a little more heart healthy, and that means making maybe some changes that we can't stick with. Well, Super Beat Heart Chews can give you your daily blood pressure support in just 2 tasty chews a day, and they also even promote heart-healthy energy without the stimulants. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats can be clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. They're all plant-based. There are no artificial sweeteners or colors. There's no pills to swallow. There's no ingredients to mix or prepare. Super Beat Heart Chews support healthy circulation without the stimulants. Double your potential with Super Beat Heart Chews and get a free month supply of Super Beats on all bundles and get a free full-size bag of
turmeric.
That's valued at $25. And in order to do this and get this going, you go to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Again, get this exclusive offer at BubbaLovesBeats.com. I think we got, 2 Live Jew coming up next? Let me see. Let me turn everybody else on.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as possible.
And Bubba, can you get me the information for the guy who's threatening you so I can see what I can find on him, and then maybe we can just apply for an injunction?
What do you mean? Like I should...
Like whatever his screen name is, whatever information you have on him, so I can find him.
Oh, okay.
And try and help you with that.
Should I not?
That needs to be done. This guy is. Anybody who would give $300,000 to a stranger is capable of anything.
Well, I was thinking I'll give you that information, but I was also thinking about printing out his screenshots to have them, and then maybe just call the TPD and have a detective come down to the studio, and I'll just give him the screenshots, maybe file a report. That way, in case this guy shows up and I smoke him. Which I'm in the smoking mood right now, too. So come on down here with a chip on your shoulder and try to come get me first. I'll smoke your ass.
Does that mean kill?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. I mean, the thing about it is, I can't get into it, but if I killed somebody rightfully so.
You'd be in a lot of trouble.
Because of who I am.
Yep.
Let's not get into that.
No, I mean, I think that's a definite.
Even if the smoothie guy, even if you killed him, we'd be all be in jail.
I know, and that was just
that DoorDash guy better watch out.
Yeah.
That was a moment.
So I'm getting ready to leave a little bit early today. But
Vegas Bubba Army, $50 on the super chat.
Thank you,
Clayton.
Super chat, PayPal, and Venmo are all we have.
$1.99 tomorrow.
Toffee.
Bubba $1.99 tomorrow.
Your
Lummy,
birthday.
looks like we're gonna have a whole bunch of people in here.
Yes. Are you still doing your food review today?
Yes, I'm gonna go to. Don't tell me. I'm gonna go to Dave's Hot Chicken.
Got it.
Oh man, you're gonna love that. I've heard nothing but good things about that place.
Yep, I tried it out. It's good, Bubba.
Yum yum.
I did get a little carried away on Twitter last night. I did. I don't need you people accentuating that I did, but I did. I took my medication, and then I wanted to get this one point across, and I don't think I got it across too well. I misspelled. I mean, I couldn't even see my screen most of the time because it was fuzzy time. I didn't see that it Pleese instead of Please.
It happens.
But I was trying to tell my side of this story, this Michael Cohen, Keith Davidson deal. Again, I scratch my head as to how this Keith Davidson guy continues to get away with the things that he has. I continue to scratch my head as to how a lot of people continue to get away with the things that they have. And the reason why is because their crime was involving screwing with me. And I don't have the same rights as the next person around here. I don't. If there was one example of that, Bubba's being a little baby. If there's two examples of that, maybe 3, 4, 5, and 6. Come on now. So I did before I went fuzzy time and was incoherent. And should I take those down? Should I take those tweets down?
No, because it'll take away the impressions that they all got.
And they got good impressions.
Yeah, I mean, we did almost 300,000 impressions yesterday. We've done, just for the month of April, we've done over 3 million impressions.
What do you
just for the month of April?
What do you think about starting fuzzy time Q&A, where people just ask you questions about 6 o'clock and you just answer them until you pass out?
That could be real good for us.
Probably real bad. Remember what happened to Roseanne?
Or it could be real bad.
Was she the Planet of the Apes? Was that the Planet of the Apes thing? Okay.
Yeah. And here's the deal. Here's the deal. I could genuinely, as you know, like, I love gorillas.
Whoa.
I call myself a gorilla. I identify as a gorilla. I wear gorilla T-shirts. I got a T-shirt that says 94.6% gorilla. I refer to myself and other human beings as gorillas. I think we all, in my opinion, derived from a gorilla. I'm holding a gorilla right now. And so I have often wondered if I made some type of boo-boo like Roseanne did, if I couldn't go back and say, I got a history of calling myself a gorilla and calling others gorilla. And would that help me, or would I still get canceled like Rosie did because it was somewhat inappropriate?
I'm sure you would get canceled, but I mean, the underground where Roseanne is right now, it seems like a great place. I mean, I saw she's doing her podcast. I was watching it the other day.
She's killing it too.
Yeah, she's doing. Once you get canceled, Bub, I mean, everything it blows up for you. Even more so.
You got to lean into it.
Well, you got canceled before it was good to get canceled.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It was too early.
I even fucked up canceling.
You're just ahead of your time, just like most things.
So on our Twitter account, which is at the Bubba Army, and it's a good follow. Please follow us. Because I'm insane and I retweet stuff. You know what? I retweet some good stuff and then I retweet some stupid stuff. But if you can
just turn your notifications off.
Right. I mean, I may tweet 30 times. I may tweet 78 times.
Are they all you? I can't tell what some of it. I think that's from Macho Man.
I think
it's like 80-20 him.
Yeah, 80-20 men. Him.
Okay.
80-20 me. But I've asked my others, please step up and tweet. Like,
I didn't feel like I could add to anything yesterday because you were on like one subject, so I just
double dutch in and pull me away.
Oh, I don't want to pull you.
I'm just saying,
you sent
like,
5 tweets to Trump. I thought you were cooking.
And instead of it being 80-20, let's make it 60-40 because you guys are double dutching in.
Okay.
There's things that you guys obviously are interested in, and that you guys get different feeds than I do, and your feed's different than me, and what interests you is probably different than what interests me. So by all means, jump in. Let's throw a little more, let's get a little Kush flavor up in here. Let's get some lummy dumbness.
Well, I got the Kush flavor, but I act like I'm you. Like
That's
I dropped that hey fetus there the other night or go away.
That's fine. This is a time to emulate me if you want.
I love acting like I'm you.
If you want to act like me on Twitch, on Twitter, I don't have a problem.
Thank you, sir.
But if you also want to act like yourself, then do that as well.
Okay.
I thought this was funny. I like drunk girls that try to do various things and fail. That's one of my little niches. I love drunk girl stuff.
Oh no.
That scream.
I mean, and she's cute, and she's drunk,
that's scary.
and she thinks that she's going to go down the thing, but she didn't realize that if you go down the middle, you could go 4, 5, 6 floors.
Rumor has it that she's still falling to this day.
She's thought this through as much as the Peeping Tom.
And look how and the guy who's taping her is saying, you are not going to do that. And look how hot and drunk and cute she is. Yeah.
Why did you cut off though? I want to see that.
I want to see what happens.
I didn't cut off.
He turns it off.
No, not you. I want the video.
Yeah, I think the person went to go help.
This is probably one of my last. I had a whole bunch of tweets yesterday. So a lot of them were as when I was induced with my sleep medication, so I can't be held responsible. Maybe we should have a little disclaimer saying Bubba's officially on his TT9 setup. Anything that he tweets could potentially, not
could put that on the podcast too.
Can't be held responsible.
Can't be held responsible,
He
and
had
may
taken
not
his pills.
and may not make any sense. Cannot be held responsible and may not make any sense.
What would you say about 3 o'clock? After every tweet after 3 o'clock?
I don't know about that. You can at least give me till 5.
5, okay.
So here's an illegal immigrant that lives in New York, and he's happy because he's already booked his flight to Chicago because New York sucks. Listen.
They give me a ticket for free to Chicago. I fly tomorrow.
For free?
For free.
Why are you going to Chicago?
I try to find any work because I'm homeless immigrant from Russian Federation. Yo, my name is Mark Mirian.
Yeah, I'm a Russian immigrant I'm a Russian immigrant homeless.
From Russia?
Yeah.
Who gave you the ticket to go?
He looks like a Russian Mark
Wahlberg.
I'm sorry.
It does.
He looks like a Russian Wahlberg, does he not?
Donnie Wahlberg.
Chicago.
He's Donnie Wahlberg. He's a Russian Donnie Wahlberg.
Chicago, no, this special government service company, they try to help new people, new immigrants who come.
You're excited to go to Chicago?
Yeah, because I want to see new city. It will be, I want to feel new vibe, new atmosphere.
I want to feel a new vibe. I'm an illegal immigrant, and I don't quite like the vibe that New York's giving me. And I asked them to send me to Chicago for free, and they are.
I mean, he's not wrong.
New contacts, new friends.
Meanwhile, we have Americans. We have Americans that need help, that need insurance and housing and food, and we're giving this guy, pick your city type situation.
Probably with the extra legroom.
Yes.
And now you got a free ticket, and now you're going to go to Chicago.
Da. And then after Chicago, I'm going to Los Angeles because it was my first city in my life before New York.
Did you get a free ticket to go to Los Angeles as well?
Yeah, if I ask them. But at this moment, I have like one friend in Chicago, and it will be new experience for me,
So you stayed in New York for a year, then you're going to go to Chicago, and then you want to go to LA after.
Yeah, I try to get any work to Chicago. To collect, and
about November, when it starts getting a little cold in Chicago, I will then go to Los Angeles.
He's just backpacking across the country.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
That's one of the things.
Yeah, listen, they're making him fly a breeze though, so it's not it's not all rainbows and sunshine.
And then finally, I'll end it with this. This is supposedly what they are showing in Georgia to 4th graders for you to be able to identify as something other than what you are.
Hi, I'm Gulliver, and this is Emmett.
Hey! Oh, hi. I'm Barry.
Oh, hey! Oh, we are so excited you're here. We could use another dog.
Oh.
Yeah. Nice collar.
Oh, thank you. I like it.
So, what do you want?
Rainbow collar.
To do first? Find a chew toy? Oh, chase our tail? Oh, I know. Let's sniff.
No, actually, I like to play with yarn.
It's a dog that identifies as a cat.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Or I like to clean my paws like this. And you clean your face too. Yeah. Or we could practice purring like this.
Purring?
Yeah. And we could try to meow.
What?
Meow. Like that. It's great fun. You should.
I'm walking into my kid's teacher at 4th grade that showed this and punching her in the face.
And smashing that tape.
And saying, please. And this is Georgia. Georgia's not all snowflake and woke. This is Georgia, the red clay of Georgia, hardworking son of a bitches.
We've confirmed that this is a video that they did.
I think we have.
Macho sending a message here.
I found
Macho's not here.
Oh, that's right.
This as a story.
Sorry.
Try to pick it apart all you can.
I'm not trying to pick it apart. I'm just asking. It's weird.
It has been confirmed.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.